GCM Implementation. ICM is a think tank of the Ministry of External Affairs established by the Government of India to serve on all matters relating to international migration. The center undertakes empirical, analytical, and policy-related research, implements pilot projects to document good practices, and assists in capacity building of stakeholders at the subnational level. We will now begin with the inaugural session, and I would request all our dignitaries to come onto the dais. I would request Dr. Surabhi Singh, Chief Administrative Officer, India Center for Migration, to come to the dais. I would request Shri Anurag Bhushan, Joint Secretary, Overseas Indian Affairs Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, to come to the dais. Lastly, I would request Dr. Asif Saeed, Secretary, Consular, Passport and Visa and Overseas Indian Affairs Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, to please come up to the dais. Beginning with the inaugural session, may I please welcome Dr. Surabhi Singh, Chief Administrative Officer of India Center for Migration, to deliver the introductory remark.
Good morning to everyone present here in this national consultation. ICM is delighted to have you amongst us after a long time in person. At the outset, let me welcome Chairman of ICM, Secretary CPV and OIA, Dr. Asif Saeed, CEO of ICM, Shri Anurag Bhushan, dignitaries among the audience, members from the academia, UN bodies, recruitment fraternities, state governments. Welcome to all of you. Global Compact, adopted in 2018, is a significant step in the direction of establishing a framework document to govern global migration governance and to set standards in this realm. Its importance lies in the space it provides to member countries, being a non-binding framework to navigate their migration policies in the direction of safe and orderly migration. This year is especially relevant as it is the 4th year of GCM, and as enshrined in the GCM document, it's set for review this year in view of implementation at the national, regional, global level. A progress declaration is set to be adopted at the end of these deliberations. As the GCM lays emphasis on a whole of government and whole of society approach in reviewing the progress made on achieving the goals laid down in the 23 objectives, we believe that organizing a stakeholders consultation that included all levels of government machinery from center to the states, academia, think tanks, private sector, recruitment agencies, UN bodies was imperative. Against this backdrop, we plan to organize this national consultation where spread over 3 sessions, we'll hear the policies and strategies that are in place implemented by the central ministries. We'll also exchange ideas with the state governments because state governments play a very crucial role in the ground level implementation of policy strategies. And third session, we'll hear the researchers and academicians on ideas through which India can make further progress on the objectives set out in the GCM and overcome certain challenges as we strive to reach towards these goals. We are delighted that we have been joined by all of you today, and we look forward to meaningful deliberations today.
Working. Audio not working.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now please welcome Shri Anurag Bhushan, CEO ICM, Joint Secretary of the Overseas Indian Affairs 1 Division of the Ministry of External Affairs, to deliver the welcome address. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to the national consultation on India's progress toward GCM implementation. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my warm appreciation to India Center for Migration for having organized this timely consultation. We are joined today by senior ranking officials from Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Skill Development, state governments, National Human Rights Commission, our colleagues from regional passport offices across India, POEs, senior academicians, international organizations, and civil service society organizations. I welcome you all, speakers and participants, both online as well as those who have joined us together here for having this discussion on a highly relevant area. Friends, the increasing mobility of people is one of the most visible aspects of today's globalized world that assumed critical importance in recent years. You would have seen that Prime Minister's visits across the world, most recently into Nordic countries, Germany, France, and you would have seen our very vibrant diaspora who had joined together to celebrate those visits. These are just signs of our vibrant diaspora that is spread across the world. Currently, it is estimated to be 32 million, and it's growing. So therefore, migration today, we in Government of India, and especially Ministry of External Affairs, we recognize migration of our diaspora as one of the positive contributor towards development of individual, of society, and indeed the spread of Indian civilization across the world. In this regard, there are also international movements that have taken place. Many conferences have been organized to discuss the issue of migration, because migration of people is a very complex subject that encompasses multiple issues, both from the countries, host countries where the migrants are living, as to the destination countries where migrants are going. Most recently, there was a Global Diaspora Summit in which our Secretary, Dr. Asaf Saeed, led a delegation, and we adopted a declaration called Dublin Declaration, which encompasses and lays down voluntary mandates on countries with regard to migration issues. There is also a global compact for migration prior to that was adopted in Marrakesh, and so it is called Marrakesh Compact. It was organized in 2018 on voluntary basis by all the member states of United Nations. At that time, it was not part of the UN process, but it was a voluntary process, as I said. A landmark agreement was forged between the participating countries that laid down 23 objectives that countries could voluntarily strive for the benefit of migrants and migration, free, regulated, and free of human trafficking, and so on and so forth. India is a significant signatory to this compact. Now, friends, we are here today because there is another global conference that is going to take place very shortly. It is called International Migration Review Forum. So the compact that was earlier voluntary has been taken over by United Nations as one of their major track for international consultation. Many other international organizations have also joined together. Nearly every UN member state is now joining this review forum. And one of the chief objective of this forum is to review the Marrakesh Compact and how far the international community has progressed in terms of meeting those objectives. Countries are also encouraged to give voluntary review of their migration plans and where they stand in terms of those objectives. Today, we are holding this national consultation broadly to keep these objectives in mind. One, the Marrakesh Compact, that is, of course, one of the objectives, is to come up with kind of a review that will make India proud and truly reflect the significant steps the Government of India, and in particular our ministry, together with other ministries and departments of government of India has taken in terms of the welfare of our citizens willing to go abroad, wishing to go abroad, planning to go abroad, and those who have actually gone abroad as well. So this is the main purpose while we have assembled here. I am very happy to welcome Dr. Asaf Saeed, Secretary CPB, for giving us time today to deliberate on this subject. I'm very sure that the next few sessions will be very useful. Friends, I may mention here that of course while IMRF provides an opportunity, but that is not actually the only objective of this exercise. We also wanted to meet all of you, bring all of you from across India. All of you are very important partners for our ministry, and we really wanted to hear your voice, hear your opinions, and indeed support your endeavors wherever you are across India. Rest assured that under the leadership of our secretary, the OIA division, CPV division, and PSP divisions is continuously working towards developing partnerships that contributes to the welfare of our citizens who are wishing to go abroad. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us in this morning. I hope and for a very pleasant day and a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you very much.
GCM Implementation. ICM is a think tank of the Ministry of External Affairs established by the Government of India to serve on all matters relating to international. Thank you, sir, for your remarks. May I now please welcome Dr. Asaf Saeed, Chairman of ICM, Secretary, Consular, Passport and Visa and Overseas Indian Affairs Division of the Ministry of External Affairs to deliver the special address to our August gathering. Sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you this morning on a very important meeting which the ICM has organized, and I congratulate them, for organizing such a useful session, bringing in all stakeholders from the central ministries to state governments to private sector, and of course passport officers and many from the recruitment side. The context of the today's meeting has been shared by both Surbi as well as my Joint Secretary Anurag Bhushan. But nevertheless, to reiterate that the Global Compact for Orderly and Regular Migration was the first intergovernmental negotiated agreement which was prepared under the auspices of the United Nations, covering all the dimensions of international migration. But India has been dealing with the migration issues as a subject which is very dear to our policy makers, and has been very active in multilateral migration governance mechanisms such as the Colombo process, Abu Dhabi dialogue, and many other subsequent bodies which has come up, and including the GCM which we are talking about today. And of course, the context also becomes more relevant because the first International Migration Review Forum is being held, after a week in New York, in which the Minister of State for External Affairs, Mr. V. Muralidharan, will be participating. So it was very important that that we get together today as various stakeholders, different ministries, non-governmental bodies. All of us are doing our bit to improve the migration scenario, bringing about newer policies. India has been recognized in the global forum, international forums, as a country which has really done exceedingly well, both in terms of policy and actually hand-holding the migration process. So as Prime Minister has always been mentioning that we shouldn't look into silos, work as a whole of government and whole of society approach. This whole gathering today is of that nature that we would listen to all of you and then together jointly present India's vision in the International Migration Review, which will take place, as I said, in a few days from now. Now, many of you are aware that India has one of the largest diasporas in the world, 32 million to be precise as per the latest figures which we have. And of these, we have 18.68 million PIOs and 13.45 million NRIs. Now the importance, and all of these are, both the NRIs and the PIOs are playing an exceedingly important role in nation building, and in both in terms of remittances, but also in terms of what they are doing in their countries of residence, in terms of academic research, scientific research, entrepreneurship. So you all are aware of how well the Indians have done in doctors, engineers, all the thing. And remittances alone, if you just factor that, $87 billion of remittances have been received despite pandemic or during pandemic in India, which was a figure 4 million more than the previous year, which was around $83 billion. So it's a huge contribution. Now, major chunk of this has also come from our workforce. We have a vibrant workforce. In Gulf alone, we have more than 9 million workforce. So workforce alone has contributed about $54 billion to our exchequer in terms of remittances. So it's incumbent upon the government, therefore, to come up with policies, come up with various schemes for the welfare of the Indian diaspora, particularly those who really need hand-holding. We generally say that India adopted a 4 C's maxim, or 4 C's approach for looking after the Indian diaspora. When I say 4 C's, it stands for first, care, connect, celebrate, and contribute. Now, how do we take care of them? One is that it's, our hand-holding is basically across the entire migration cycle. That is, before they go, while they are working abroad, and then in case if they are, and if they need to come back, how we have to facilitate them to come back. So first and foremost, in the case of the pre-departure thing, we have various schemes which ICM does, like pre-departure orientation training programs. We also work closely with state governments. Many state governments have departments, dedicated departments for NRI affairs. Our immigration officials in different states also work very closely with state governments and recruiting agencies. So there are various programs and schemes which are formulated. There are insurance schemes which are recommended for those who are going abroad. The one important thing which has been done in the recent past is the linking of e-migrate portal of India with e-migrate portal with several countries. We have begun negotiations with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain and other countries, Qatar and other countries. And this process, we feel, would go a long way in providing seamless mobility to our people, and also encouraging legal migration, to all these countries. And also within India, there is an effort, concerted effort, to link all our the POEs and also bring about, link the POE and e-migrate platform with platforms like Madad, so that everything is seamlessly handled through one centralized portal using technology. Globally, when we were also in the Global Diaspora Summit, the recognition was very evident from different stakeholders worldwide that India has very effectively used its technology to come up with very innovative policies which could be emulated by countries across the world. Now, in terms of, again, welfare, extending the care part, while they're abroad, we have the Indian Community Welfare Fund, which has been very effectively used, especially during the pandemic and other situations when people have to be evacuated. We recently had the evacuation, of our students from Ukraine and other nationalities. Earlier also, when there was an evacuation necessitated in Yemen, we had evacuated almost 22 different nationalities, including our citizens. So all these have really given India a global footprint in terms of how we handhold our diaspora. And VBM, the Vande Bharat mission, is an excellent example. This is the largest repatriation exercise in human history. And this has been done so effortlessly with the with the concerted efforts of all stakeholders. We had the Ministry of Civil Aviation, Home Affairs, External Affairs, all the missions abroad, and the missions abroad in turn had to kind of collaborate with the local authorities, different local authorities. Indian associations in different countries have played a very, very important role, because many countries are big. I was the ambassador of India to Saudi Arabia during that time, and the country is 2/3 the size of India. Our people are there in every nook and corner. So how do you convey the information? How do you, if there is a necessity for food, necessity for medical assistance, how do you do that? All this is possible only through a very, energetic and vibrant partnership between the government as well as the, Pravasi Association. So this was very effectively done, and we are very happy that we could get back all the people who wanted to come back. At the same time, there were also demands of the people, those who had come back, that there may be a chance that they may lose their job opportunities. They have nurtured these jobs over all these years, so they need to go back. So going back was again a challenge, because there was a pandemic, and there were pandemic restrictions, and there were flight restrictions, so we had to resort to air bubble and all these stories, but the point which I am trying to say is that India is one of those countries where we have at every stage of migration got involved, and to make life easy for people. And how do we connect with or remain connected with our diaspora? There are various ways. Sometimes simple ways like organizing quizzes like Bharat Ko Janiye quiz or whatever, so that there is an interest there, or Know India program, invite people to come and discover India. In this, we are partners with we always partner with various states, so that is also one of the good occasions for younger lot among the diaspora to come and discover each other. And in fact, many of them, when they have given their feedback, they have actually said that this was a very good experimentation, because a group which could comprise of 25-30 people or whatever would be including people from different parts of the world, and so for the first time they could also meet and engage themselves. So this was one of the ways in which we were connecting. And of course, the coming year we would be having the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in a physical format. We would be doing it in Madhya Pradesh, as was announced recently by the Chief Minister. This will again provide a good opportunity for all of us to engage with the diaspora, and then see what are their views and aspirations, from the government, from the other agencies. One of the things which is becoming very important globally, and especially in the countries where they're recruiting our workforce in a big number, is the skilling requirement. They all expect that those who come now for working should have the requisite qualifications that match the job requirement, and they expect that the governmental agencies train the potential workforce in a manner that there is no gap between their qualifications and their job readiness. So this is an important aspect on which again the Ministry of External Affairs, through various stakeholders like the Ministry of Skill Development and other partners, we have come up with various programs for skilling, upskilling and skill mapping, and also we are closely in touch with various foreign governments to facilitate their skill verification process, because they no longer want to rely on the attestations done by various agencies, but they want to be themselves sure. So they are now, many countries like Saudi Arabia and other countries in GCC, they want to come up and set up their own training institutions, which can take examinations and then certify that a particular individual who is going for a particular job is fit for that job. So this is very important for all of you who are involved in this process, whether it's state governments or other ministries, and as well as external affairs, that we should really put our best foot forward and go along. This is the demand which is there. Many other countries like Philippines, Thailand, even Bangladesh, they are very doing this very seriously. So so we should also be the ones, we should be taking this matter very seriously. Now another important aspect of our engagement with the diaspora is that we are not satisfied with the existing markets. Existing markets are there, very important markets for us, Gulf, where we, as I said, we have 9 million people already working, but there has to be a concerted effort to find newer markets. That is one of the important tasks which the Ministry of External Affairs through the OIA 1 division does, is to explore new avenues for job for our people. So towards that goal, several labor mobility agreements have been signed or are being signed. We have signed with Denmark, France, UK, Portugal. Just with Germany, it has been just concluded. Then there are negotiations which are underway with Italy, Australia, Malaysia. Then there are those skill agreements with Japan. They again want to recruit from India, and that too focusing on Northeast India, which is also our priority. So so these are again efforts to create new markets and again identify people. In some cases the foreign governments need a language specialization, so that is again one of the tasks which the ICM as well as the External Affairs Ministry does, to identify universities, state governments and other stakeholders to partner and then equip them. For example, if somebody has to go to Japan, the knowledge of Japanese language is essential. So this is very important. Of course, we do also have the manpower agreements already entered with GCC countries, Jordan and others. And ME has also undertaken several projects in collaboration with international organizations and bodies. To name one important framework is the India-EU Common Agenda for Migration and Mobility CAM, where ICM is a partner again. This has been, as part of this project, several knowledge-based products have been developed and which are aimed at promoting regular migration, preventing and tracking irregular migration, and promoting international cooperation in that. Similarly, we do have cooperations with other international agencies. So in a nutshell, I would say that India has taken a very important lead in the manpower development process, and the other two elements of the 4 C's is to celebrate. As I say, celebrating is we're already celebrating in the form of your Pravasi Bharati Divas. But then at the end of the day, we also would like the NRIs and PIOs to contribute. And how would they contribute? I have seen in my previous stints abroad, and especially in my stint as Consul General of India in Chicago, we see large number of Indian scientists and academicians who are doing pioneering work which we may not be aware of. And they would also like to, after having achieved what they wanted in their lives, they would like to also come back and then contribute to their motherland. And they would look at various opportunities, if the opportunities are provided, so that they could give back to the society, give back to the motherland. So several schemes have come in, like Prabhas, the Gyan, and various other things, where we invite the academicians and the scientists to come and do part of the research here. So these are again opportunities which state governments can look at, and then we can try and integrate in the existing schemes, or even come up with some new schemes. As part of our larger vision of the government, we believe in mainstreaming the Indian diaspora for the national development agenda through creation of various consultative hubs, specialized hubs, so that all these people who I'm talking about could meaningfully contribute to India. We would also like to free mobility and migration in such a manner, one, by signing agreements with various countries, that it becomes very easy for any Indian who would like to go. He can go at will, and he can go with confidence that his welfare is being taken care of. Whatever he is earning there, or whatever he wants to repatriate in terms of his social security contributions, comes back. And so there is a complete legal framework covering him during his entire stay. This also would cover those people who would go on short-term, as professors, as even like it would cover researchers, students. So these are there. And so we would like to sign treaties and agreements with various countries, so which I have already mentioned about. Integrating our e-migrate platform for exploring overseas jobs and also for facilitating their internal training before they go. This is a very important aspect. Not many countries have done it so far. India is a pioneer in doing that, so we would like to strengthen that. At the end of the day, we would like India to be the skill capital of the world and a source where all the skilled workers are sought globally. So this is the vision which we have, and certainly to go and achieve this vision, we would like a whole concerted approach and full cooperation from all stakeholders. This is the one of the primary reasons that we wanted to hear your things. Are there any constraints towards this? Do you think that there are certain ways in which we should start planning? All this is very, very important. So I wish that today's deliberations will come up with very good, useful recommendations for future planning, and also pave the way for our report during this the first committee meeting which we are organizing in the International Migration Review Forum meeting in New York, where all the voices of all the multiple stakeholders who are all here is adequately and duly represented. So thank you very much, and have a very good engaging discussions throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insights. And with the first session titled Central Ministries and Key Migration Governance Policies. The moderator for this session is Shri Brahma Kumar, Joint Secretary, Overseas Employment and Protector General of Immigrants of Ministry of External Affairs. Shri Brahma Kumar is an IFS officer from 2005 batch and is presently serving as the Joint Secretary of Overseas Employment and Protector General of Immigrants Division of the Ministry of External Affairs. During his overseas diplomatic career, he has been deputed in various countries, namely Egypt, Oman, Malaysia, and Japan. Before joining as a Joint Secretary, Shri Kumar served as the Director of Consular Passport and Visa Division of the External Affairs. He has done his Masters in Ancient History from the Allahabad University. I welcome you, sir. The speakers for this session are Shri Harish Chandra Chaudhary, Joint Secretary, National Human Rights Commission, who will be joining us through the virtual mode. We have with us Ms. Udita Chaudhary, Additional Central PF Commissioner Headquarters, Employees Provident Fund Organization. I welcome you, ma'am. We have with us Shri B.K. Sigdar, Director ICNT, Ministry of Skill Development and Employment. I welcome you, sir. We have with us Dr. M. Venkatachalam, Protector of Immigrant, Chennai. I welcome you, sir. And lastly, for this session, we have Shri Berhat Rahul Manhardan, Director and Protector of Immigrant from Mumbai. I welcome you, sir. Over to Shri Brahma Kumar, sir, now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we already have got a food for thought from Joint Secretary OIA1 and our respected Secretary, sir. And the Secretary sir's views actually comes with his vast experience when he was working as our ambassador in Riyadh. So he has already dealt with real migration issues, with what are the problems of diaspora and what are the problem of our migrant workers. So actually I had a speech which I think now I cannot touch it because everything I had written here has already been said. So let's, we can come directly to our panelists, and I think we will get benefit from their very rich experience in that practical field of migration and of course issues related to migration. And since we are doing this deliberations on the backdrop of forthcoming conference which is called International Migration Review Forum, and they will be discussing global objectives of Global Compact for Migration. So they have 23 objectives. So basically, I am not going to read all 23 objectives. So 3 objectives really are very appealing from my experience in working in Consular Passport and Visa Division, and also working as Protector General of Immigrant. So first, that collect and utilize accurate and disaggregated data as a basis for evidence-based policies, and then address and reduce vulnerabilities in migration. I think this is most important for me. And then second, save lives and establish coordinated international efforts on missing migrants. So that means that this problem we see in mostly in these Gulf countries. And then again, strengthen the transnational response to smuggling of migrants. So now we work with this e-migrate portal, which has its basis in Immigration Act of 1983. I think it was the first comprehensive approach to address issues related to migration, illegal channels of migration, and also activities of illegal recruitment agents. And then second aspect of our discussion goes to finding new job opportunities abroad. And we already have our conventional destinations, which are Gulf countries, Malaysia, Indonesia, but we need to find out our new market for our skilled, semi-skilled, and professionals. So I think where MSD is also working very actively, and I think we can get first-hand experience from Mr. Sigdar. So now I think I should hand over this discussion to our panelists. So before I give this floor to them, I want to pose few questions. One, like, what are various policies, initiatives, or measures taken by the respective ministries or department, and your efforts in recent years towards welfare of migrants, and also to ensure safe, orderly, and legal migration. Your thoughts on priority areas relating to migration governance that India needs to further prioritize. Your thoughts on cooperation between the governments and civil society stakeholders to strengthen and to improve the implementation of fair and ethical recruitment, and what are the challenges which as Government of India we are facing to ensure the inclusion of migrants during the pandemic. So taking an approach which our Prime Minister has already repeatedly mentioned, that this is Amrit Kal, so we should gear up to see what kind of India we are going to have when we celebrate 100 years of independence. So I welcome everyone again. So now floor, I think I should request Udita ji first to start with. Floor is with you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning to all the distinguished speakers on the dais, and to all members of the audience. I'm here representing the Employees Provident Fund Organization, which is a statutory body under the Ministry of Labour and Employment, and it implements 3 social security schemes under the Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act: the Employees Provident Fund Scheme, the Employees Pension Scheme 1995, and the Employees Deposit Linked Insurance Scheme. And under these 3 schemes, there are various social security benefits that are available to Indian workers. With the advent of migration of labor, there were changes which necessitated appropriate changes into the social security legislation as well. So therefore, certain provisions were incorporated, amending the schemes, wherein the benefits for international workers were also introduced. And for this purpose, the Government of India decided to enter into bilateral agreements with different countries where Indians were traveling to work abroad. So, I mean, just to give an overview, the Employees Provident Fund Organization is the largest social security organization in the world in terms of the number of clientele, the volume of the financial transactions that we undertake. and it ranks amongst the 10 largest sovereign pension funds in the world. We have over 15.5 lakh crores of corpus. It has grown at the rate of more than 15% in the last 5 years. So, I mean, against that backdrop, if we look at the numbers, the engagement that we have had in terms of the migrant workers, these provisions that were first introduced in the year 2008 in the Provident Fund scheme and the pension scheme, which allowed the Indian workers who were abroad and were then subjected to double taxation. So by virtue of the Social Security Agreement, there are certain benefits that are conferred on the Indian workers and their social security rights are protected. So essentially, a social security agreement, it's a contract between two countries which protects the rights of the workers from either country working in the other. Apart from that, it also provides for 3 basic fundamental benefits. One of detachment, that is a worker who goes from India to another country with which India has SSA, a social security agreement, is not subjected to double taxation. So that is what technically we refer to as detachment. And the terms of detachment are specified in the SSA, usually up to a maximum of about 5 years. There is a flexibility of extending it further on case-to-case basis. The agreement also allows totalization, which means that a period of service rendered in another country and the period of service rendered in the home country can be totalized for the purpose of determining the eligibility for certain benefits like pension, etc. Because earlier, more than 3,25,000 certificates have been issued, of which 27,000 odd are active, which means that these are the workers who are availing of this benefit amongst the Indian workers. Last year in 2021, we saw a dip in the number of certificates issued, of course, because of the pandemic. But again, in 21-22, we see the numbers have risen. We see a gradual recovery. Apart from this, we are also settling claims of international workers. We settled something like 7,133 claims of international workers in the year 21-22, disbursing an amount of 242 crores. We also have a robust mechanism of grievance redressal for this purpose, because if there are international workers who have some issue with claiming their benefits, we have a mechanism in place to redress those issues. And out of these 7,100, I'd like to also mention that many of these are also disbursed abroad. So in the country of residence, we have a mechanism in place whereby the benefits can be ported. Just to give an indication of the countries with which we have SSAs, I'd just like to briefly highlight, since you mentioned that the new initiatives that we have taken. While the SSAs have been in effect since 2008, many of them came in much later, 4-5 years later. But now is the stage when we are, re-examining some of those aspects. So, for instance, so far we've had only bilateral agreements. But now globally, the trend is also towards multilateral agreements. So this is an aspect which is somewhere on the horizon, which in due course we would be looking at. But to ensure that the service delivery is facilitated, we have tried to digitize the processes to the extent possible. So all returns can be filed online, claims can be filed online by the members. The certificates of coverage, which were initially issued manually, are now entirely online and can also be approved online. So a member does not have to visit the PF office. The entire set of services is available online. Also, of course, to popularize or to create awareness about these initiatives, we have educative webinars, seminars from time to time, particularly in those pockets where the international workers, Indian workers traveling abroad are more in number. So broadly, this is where we stand. These are some of the initiatives that we have taken, and we are trying to improve upon these, have more and more information available in the public domain to enhance the transparency and the effectiveness in service delivery. So I think this is broadly about EPFO's role in delivering social security benefits to our Indian workers and to the international workers. Of course, there are operational issues that come up from time to time. And I'd just like to briefly mention that, with the emerging trends, as far as employment is concerned, sometimes there are gray areas in the employer-employee relationship where there are large companies, especially in the IT sector, that are sending their workers abroad, do not have strictly an employer-employee relationship. They retain their lien in India. So there are various policy-related issues which the government is examining and adapting to the given the current circumstances. So I think that's about all I would like to engage here.
Thank you very much for your insight, ma'am. So now I think, Ms. we know that we have Sri Harish Chandra ji from National Human Rights Commission, Joint Secretary. So he's available online. So we can request ICM to connect us with him. And so actually we have to finish this session by 12 o'clock. So I think we can try to restrict our comments within 5 minutes kind of something, so that we can have some kind of question and answers. And so Harish ji, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
At the outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of External Affairs to give me the opportunity to be part of this consultation, to have the better understanding of the role which the NHRC can play in migration. I will just briefly explain the salient features of the working of the NHRC. NHRC has been established as per the provisions of the Protection of Human Rights Act. It became operational on 12th of October 1993. It has a full-time chairperson and 5 full-time members. Apart from that, chairperson of the 7 other institutional and statutory commissions like National Commission for Women, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, National Commission for Minorities, National Commission for SC and ST, and Chief Commissioner of Persons with Disabilities are deemed member of the Commission. Commission is fully compliant with the Paris Principle of United Nations, and it has been accredited NHRI by the GANDI. The main function of the Commission is to deal with the complaints of human rights violations. Then, in any complaint, if the Commission feels that there is a need for spot inquiry, takes that spot inquiry through its investigation wing. Then, Commission also promotes research on various aspects of the human rights by sponsoring research studies to the reputed institutions and organizations. It also undertakes certain primary research also. Then Commission also undertakes the training and other awareness programs. Then Commission is also mandated to visit various prisons, shelter homes, observation homes, etc. to have the first-hand knowledge of the working of the inmates there or condition of the inmates there. Commission also has appointed 15 special rapporteurs in parts of the country to act as eye and ear of the Commission to apprise the Commission about the any incidents of the violation of the human rights if they observe in their area of the respective jurisdiction. The Commission also appoints various monitors on specific thematic areas to provide the specific guidance to the Commission. Then Commission also has constituted 12 core advisory groups consisting of the experts to advise on the specific areas. Then Commission receives complaints on human rights violations on more than 300 categories of the types of the violations. So far, Commission has received about 21 lakh complaints, out of which around 4,500 complaints were relating to human rights of Indian nationals residing abroad. Last year, Commission received more than 1,10,000 complaints, out of which 521 complaints were relating to the Indian nationals residing abroad. Then these complaints can be filed to the Commission by either by post or in person or through an online portal which has been specifically designed for receiving the complaints. Then these complaints can also be filed through 3 lakh common service centers spread across the country. And the Commission also has integrated with the 22 state human rights commissions which have similar powers as the National Human Rights Commission has in respect of the complaints relating to the matters listed in concurrent list and state list. Mandate of the Commission as far as is very wide. It starts from the right of a person from the day a person is conceived in the womb of the mother till the dignified rights. As far as foreign nationals are concerned, the Constitution guarantees certain rights to the every person, irrespective of their nationality, like the protection of life and liberty under Article 21, right to fair trial under Article 22, and then right to practice and propagate own religion under Article 25. So, in case of foreign nationals, if any of the violation relates to these articles, and Commission can intervene only in the cases involving violation of human rights by acts of commission or omission by state authorities like the central government, state governments and authorities thereunder. Commission cannot entertain any complaint against the violation by any private entity or any disputes relating to the civil matters. As far as individual complaints are concerned, Commission can provide relief by way of monetary compensation to it may recommend disciplinary action against the delinquent officers responsible for the violation of human rights, and in the serious cases it may also recommend for the prosecution of delinquent officers responsible for violation of human rights. Commission also recommends certain policy interventions which are required for the better protection of human rights. For that, Commission issues advisories on specific issues. Commission so far has issued during last 2.5 years around 25 advisories covering various subjects, starting from mental health, informal worker, leprosy, bonded labor, etc. As far as Commission deals with both the issues related to internal migration within the country, as well as in that matter, Commission has issued recently 2 advisories covering the various aspects like generating employment and ensuring decent wages, ensuring safety, protection and decent working conditions, providing social security to all workers, protection from violence and curbing of fundamental rights, countering discrimination and exclusion, ensuring rights and protection of vulnerable workers, ensuring health securities. Commission also has sponsored recently 4 research studies to understand the problems faced by internal migrant workers. And 2 of these studies are specifically related to the problems faced by women migrant workers. Then as far as international migration is concerned, majority of the recommendations which are contained in the advisory for informal workers are concerned, they are applicable to international migrant workers are also applicable. Other than that, whatever complaints, the 4,500 complaints so far it has received from the persons of Indian origin residing abroad. In that cases, Commission's role is limited only to forward these applications to Ministry of External Affairs to extend the appropriate help to the aggrieved person. Or sometimes Commission asks
May I
for the
request
reports
Harish
and
Ji, excuse me. Could you please summarize it within 1 or 2 minutes, because we have some more, it's 3 more speakers we have and we have to finish by 12. Thank you.
I will complete it in 1 minute. So then Commission has also participated in the International Conference on Protection of and Promotion of Rights of Migrant Workers in Asia Pacific region from in the year 2012 at Kathmandu. In that way, it came out with the important resolutions which are still valid. Commission, no substantial progress has been made on these issues, but they are still relevant. And important resolutions were like establishment of regional cooperation mechanism among the NHRE of the Asia Pacific region, then standard settings on women migrant workers. Then these are basically, these recommendations are mainly related to have the better cooperation among the national human rights institutions of the countries, especially in the Asia Pacific region, so that we can, through that, try to ensure the rights of the migrant workers. Otherwise, our jurisdiction does not extend to the migrant workers residing in the other countries. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Harish Ji. And it was a really great insight for us, to understand the work of National Human Rights Commission for this grievance redressal related to migrant workers. So actually we have a very strong and a dedicated team in our missions and also in our ministry. We have this Madad portal, we have e-migrate portal where people can register and we receive complaints forwarded by Human Rights Commission and we take necessary action. So but now after this migration and grievances, I think we should go for much exciting chapter of this migration which is dealt with by MSD. They are trying to search new markets for skilled laborers and they are trying to become a national certifying agency. So now over to you, Sigdar Ji. At a timing, please.
Good morning to everyone, all the senior officials present in us, our organizer. Yes, ma'am. So I will just quickly say a few points. The list is quite big, but since last 6 years, we are exploring being Ministry of Skill Development's a new ministry. So we could look into different labor markets. So our engagement is from the perspective of engaging with the labor market of different countries and each country having its own design and all. So I will try to first focus what are the main features from international migration from a skill perspective. Before discussing the key guiding questions, I would like to highlight that there are primarily 3 broad categories specific to migrant mobility from a skill perspective. First is about the assessment and certification, well-defined qualifications and knowledge with recognition, alignment of courses and awareness of occupation, etc. This is the first domain. Second domain is about supply-side mobilization of candidates, pre-departure trainings, vacancy management informations, LMIs, etc. on the labor market side. Third main vertical is about the alignment among stakeholders, post-employment support, as ma'am was saying, collaboration with employers for ensuring benefits, business restructuring and feasibility of country-centric approach. And all these 3 main domains will be combined and clubbed. The processes and institutions will be clubbed only when we are able to align the organizations and regulating and promoting entities on both the sides properly. That is the most important thing. So these 3 are the main pillars. And the 4th pillar is that how we try to achieve the coordination among all these 3 elements between 2 countries and try to develop a country-centric approach. Because what I could see is that if you just see plainly, we are sending overseas, that thing will not suffice in the time to come. We need to be very, very specific to the country, because the occupations, the type of the jobs, the type of the qualifications, certifications, the labor market visibility, everything is different in different countries. So that is the very first thing we need to focus, that we need to develop a very, very country-centric approach. And that need to be specifically addressed to the specific country. Like today only, while discussing with AS ma'am, it was learned that in Cambodia, suppose there is old infrastructure. So there is a huge, maybe the time to come, there may be huge demand of specific tradesmen, technicians, who are linked with the ASI kind of setup. So those certifying, those harmonization, those skilling, those development, so these all backward kind of linkages with the demand in different country, with the supply side on our side, this is a very, very important thing. And like in one more example, just wish to give, because you will be able to connect with that. In the health sector segments, we keep on listening, there is massive demand of health professionals in different countries. But when I could see their labor market, so I could find, say, speech therapist or music therapist. There are many ample job roles in those markets which we do not practice in our occupations. So these kind of understanding of labor markets, where we do not preach those classifications, we may not be using those nomenclatures, and that creates a gap, and we think there is no demand. But actually there is demand. So we need to understand from that perspective that how do we exactly combine the labor market of different countries, not by nomenclature and classification, but going into dipping into the skill and knowledge and competency level. So these are the main important things. Now regarding the MSDs, or the policy interventions in last few years, just one point I want to say is that we could develop one portal called Atmanirbhar Skilled Employee Employer Mapping, ASEEM portal. ASEEM portal also having one component of Swadesh portal. So that we have extensively used during the COVID time while the migrants were coming back. We're trying to get linkage with them. We're trying to map the skill and qualification attributes, because unless we are able to define and resources in terms of the industry, unless we are able to understand the vacancies in different countries in terms of trades and subjects, what we teach in schools and colleges and all preparation, unless we are able to link up from both the ends, we will not be able to get a 100% success rate in that. So that is the most important thing what we have learned. And next one. Yeah, as you can see that we have aggregation of IT portals, which I just told to you, LMIS and other thing. And what Secretary Sir was saying, RPL and upskilling of migrant workforce, this is the most important thing, because many of the migrant workers, those who were coming back at that time, they were not having those proper certifications. So we could feel that they need to be certified in dual certification mode with the employers from that country and the training partners from this country, so that as and when they go back, they are at least linked up to the employer there, and also their expertise, everything can be used. So we had ample database of the manpower who came back. We could categorize them in different professions, occupations and all, and we could see that, okay, many of them are not employed. So this is a new thing which we need to do, and I think ME can do a great job in this RPL, because this thing is happening in many of the countries, and we must do on this domain. Next. And in the way forward, just few of the points. There are many points, ample points. Some of the points I can say at the time of discussion. Now I just want to say a few of the points. Is that aggregation of the resources is most important, because now you have to understand that the employers, the businesses are interconnected across country. There are many brands like global brand Tulu or some brands which is very famous in GCC. That brand is also operating in India. So the qualification level, the skill level, the competency level in these kind of global brands are common in different countries and between India. So we can, whenever our people are going to those countries, we can get them certified, trained, and maybe some kind of harmonization can be done. So these kind of looking into labor markets where the multiple organizations are working, from the business perspective, they are same. They are operating in different country, but they are the same. And we have to use that strength in our favor. That is one of the most important thing which we could learn in this. And third is that another point came about the joint courses, which I just said to Secretary Sir as well, is that especially those who came from academic institutions, our Indian diaspora, whosoever is there in different country, we need to understand, or we need to develop the capability to read the labor market of different countries. We can keep our diaspora engaged in some kind of internship training, some kind of apprenticeship training through our organization, so that we start learning their labor markets in their term, and then we can understand how we need to respond to the manpower for those countries. So utilizing Indian diaspora in different countries is one of the very biggest assets, not in terms of number, but we have to convert this into knowledge. In understanding the labor market of different countries, this is the one thing I think MEA can immediately take lead into this, and we can develop different country-based models, and based on those models we can go ahead. Third is that about the new market, this is the last point, new market and environment. These two are the very most important thing which is emerging. New market, I will just give you some examples like cruise industries. Now cruise industries across the country, across the globe, which are operating across multiple countries, they don't belong to a particular country. But there is a massive demand of manpower, say electrician. But the electrician who is deployed in the cruise needs additional certificates. Besides having known the electrician job, they need to have the ship's survival certificates and some other things, mandatory regulatory requirements. So these kind of harmonization or understanding the
insurance company is to really pay them the dues. So we have a single point facilitation counters, and till now 326 cases of dispersal of rupees 10 lakh has been done. To this I would like to add that ECNR category, voluntarily they register themselves on e-migrate, which nobody does in this country. Voluntarily we don't do anything. So now the point is, we should actually make it mandatory that ECNR people, anybody who's going, even if I'm a professional, I should go through the e-migrate portal, and this insurance claim or any sort of PBVY should be made compulsory for him, because if he dies there, because we are also responsible to bring the mortal remains of the person, it really becomes tedious, it really becomes problematic. Lastly, about PDOT, Mumbai is the center which actually works as a reservation office for the PDOT centers. So any RA can put his emigrant in any PDOT center in this country through a system, software, a very simple software. But now the problem is that software was started as a pilot project. It is based on a Windows PC in my office. And I really think we should link it to the e-migrate system, because PDOT is a very important and integral part of the migration process. And we cannot really let this process be dependent on the reliability and mood swings of a basic Windows PC. So this is my suggestion, that we should actually link it to the e-migrate system. And I guess looking at the paucity of time, that will be all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rahul. And basically, we had a very good discussion within the time limit. I think we cannot go to that second session, which I think we should leave the dais immediately. And I am very sorry that we could not get any question and answer because time doesn't permit us.
So we can take for about
5 to 7 minutes. Okay, so we have. Thank you very much, CEO of ICM, Chief Administrative Officer, sorry. So we can have, I think, 2-3 questions, very quick questions. So is there any questions? Otherwise, I have some questions. So my question is with Udita ji. It was a very important presentation on SSA which you had, and please share it with us. Actually, I am thinking that is this SSA which you are doing, is it also available for blue collar workers? How we can do something for blue collar worker? It looks like it is for professionals, so it is not for blue collar worker. Can you think of something for them as well?
So primarily the agreements are with countries, and the way I look at it is we try to prioritize the interests of the Indian workers, and therefore try to focus on those countries where the interests of Indian workers are paramount. So the ones that are at exploration stage, we naturally try to prioritize those ones that are of importance for us as far as the Indian workers are concerned. But having said that, the SSA does not distinguish between blue or white collar. It is for all Indian workers who are going to work in that country, or workers of that country coming to work in India who are exempted from the double taxation.
Right, so I think we should explore more like what we can do in terms of social security for our blue collar workers. Anyways, we already have PBBY, which is working nicely, and but we can think of more things, how to protect them. Basically, they should not be tortured abroad. That also should be our end, means a very prime focus. So means I look for some more questions.
We just have a response to the whole point about SOPs for the police department. So a very small way in which ICM can contribute is that we actually have developed a law enforcement agencies handbook, where we have sort of laid down the various provisions of the act and what should be done if a illegal case or recruitment case comes up or somebody has forged the papers. So we have actually broken them down. So maybe that can be of use as you are developing the SOPs as well. Maybe that can also be distributed to the police departments.
Certainly, that will be of help.
So thank you, Surabhi. It was very good idea. We can do that. And okay, we can take last question.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shubhajit Dev from Disha Foundation. I have a quick comment. After looking at the comments and the discussion in the panel, it seems that we are capturing the data of these migrants in many different databases, but these databases are not talking to each other.
Yes.
So I think in the long run, ICM can do something about that in terms of making these data, or maybe having one common database for all the international migrants.
Yes, it is
That's
very
it.
important. Your suggestion is very important, and we are already working on how to integrate, and basically we are trying to understand each other now to integrate so that our portals can talk to each other, and it is very important. So thank you very much. And
No, in this actually, for the data point, just want to say is that there are 3-4 portals across the government of India. eShram, NCS, ASHIM, and the eMigrate, all multiple portals having different kind of objectivities. So we are trying to combine this one with the supply-demand side, so that if the demand comes for an employment opportunity, it percolates down to different places across the country. So that kind of linkage is being worked upon right now. Maybe within few months' time, it will come up.
And also from the perspective of EPFO, I'd like to add, because we also look forward to that data. Maybe we can request MEA or ICM to assist us in that regard, because we would like to have data on Indian workers who are working abroad. Particularly, let's say now we have negotiations with the US going on with the other countries. So yes, that data is of paramount importance for us as well in regard to the SSAs.
We take your suggestion on board, and with this we finish our session, and thank you all panelists. And so let's move. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Multi-stakeholder analysis. Thank all our speakers and moderator for the first session. We will now begin with our second session titled Sharing of Effective Practices led by states to ensure safe migration. This session will be moderated by Ms. Manika Jain, Additional Secretary, Overseas Indian Affairs 2 Division of the Ministry of External Affairs. Ms. Manika Jain is a 1993 Indian Foreign Service officer. She is currently the Additional Secretary of the Overseas Indian Affairs 2 Division of External Affairs. Ms. Jain has served in various Indian missions abroad and also served as the Director of ECWA and the Head of Division at the Foreign Service Institute. I welcome ma'am on the dais. The speakers for this session are Ms. Rani Kumudini, Special Chief Secretary, Labour Employment Training and Factories, Telangana. I welcome you, ma'am, on the stage. We have with us Dr. Sandeep Singh Kaura, Advisor to the Chief Minister of Punjab. I welcome sir on stage. We have with us Shri Ajit Kulasri, General Manager of Norca Roads, Additional Secretary of the Government of Kerala. I welcome you, sir, on the stage. Joining through the virtual mode, we have Dr. Arushi Ajay Malik, Chairman and Managing Director, Rajasthan Skill and Livelihoods Development, and Secretary, Skill Employment and Entrepreneurship, Government of Rajasthan. We also have with us in the virtual mode Dr. Raj Shekhar, Commissioner of Kanpur and Labour Commissioner, Department of Labour, Uttar Pradesh. In this session, We also have Shri S. Kovanthan, Passport Officer, Regional Passport Office, Chennai. I welcome you, sir, on the stage. And lastly, in this session, we have Ms. Tavishi Behal Pandey, Passport Officer, Regional Passport Office, and POE for both Patna and Jharkhand. I welcome all the speakers on stage and give the dais to our moderator, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the second session today, and before I introduce my panelists, I'll just give you a little bit of brief background. Right now I'm handling or overseeing the diaspora, issues. And diaspora, as I would say, is, as it has been said by the chair in the inaugural address, consists of 32 million. And that 32 million, I would say that hasn't happened just like that. There has been a whole history of migration. So migration for India is not new. It is very, very old, from the time of indentured labor, or even before, which was very minuscule, but we had a lot of migration at the time of the colonial rule, where Indians went as indentured labor, and then they form a large diaspora across board, which have risen to the pinnacle heights of political power as well as economic power. And of course, it consists of their children. But from there onwards, so on and so forth, we've had economic migration, we've had spurts of migration, and also overgoing migration. Coming to the present state or whatever, yes, we have about 32 million people living abroad. All of them, either they migrated or their ancestors migrated from India. And we are continuing with the migration, of course, largely for economic reasons, as has been said. But that, of course, economic reasons, I would say, as the whole topic or the vision behind it is, international vision is, there are certain objectives. We have largely to see, as I feel, the objective. One is that we have to, though there is a limited human trafficking from India, but still we have to eradicate that in the larger, 23 objectives. Many objectives I find is related to somehow when we call orderly, timely and safe migration, which means there should not be any trafficking or forced migration, or even I would say lured migration, where, people are induced to migrate by unscrupulous agents. I would also bring to your attention that there might not be human trafficking per se from India, in the sense Indians might not be, but India is also a conduit or transit route for human migration, for human trafficking from neighboring countries, So that, of course, I think so our enforcement agencies have to look at it. But when we talk about migration, I find that the important chain, from international to national is the states, where, migration, from where migration is taking place, and states are a major stakeholders in that. And for that, not only that they have to integrate their policies to the larger international vision or the national vision, but also they have to see what is the requirement of that particular state or that particular diaspora who wants to go abroad. So skill mapping and regular migration are two important things. How do we do regular migration? You see where are the skill requirements, what are the skill requirements, where there are markets, and how the states help them, or the state agencies and national agencies help them to fulfill that goal and have an orderly migration. Of course, there are many states who are doing very exemplary work. We have few of them represented on the dais. And before I take this forward, I would like to hear their views, what they are doing, and what are their, policies and practices in implementation, and what are the takeaways for us or for other states to emulate from them. So I would want to hear them. And first and foremost on our panel is Ms. Rani Kumudini, a Special Chief Secretary, Labor, Employment, Training and Factories, Telangana. To give you a bit of brief background, Ms. Kumudini is an IAS officer of 1988 batch and of Telangana cadre. And she is a graduate and postgraduate in economics and has a dynamic 34 years of service where she has worked under various capacities, especially in divisions of planning, program implementation, so on and so forth. And of course, she's worked with ILO abroad, and now I would like to give the basically stage or rather podium to her. Thank you. No, please, I think so. I would like, this session to be, okay, I should have said some rules, though we do have some time, but still I would, request panelists to limit their, presentations in between 8 to max 10 minutes so that there is some, time left for some discussions and Q&As. And please be very comfortable and even kind of informal, not very strictly, I think so. I don't want a very strict formal session. So please, I think this whole thing is to share views and learn from each other. So madam, please, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah. Can I have a slideshow? You want me to do it myself? Yeah. Sure. Next I will say, yeah. Thank you so much, Marinka ji, and good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the ministry and also the IOM for having given us an opportunity to share our policies and also the practices that we do in Telangana state. So, next please. Yeah, you can just slide down, I think. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So we go to the prior one. Yeah? The before one? That's right. Thank you so much. So this is the introduction one. And just to give you an introduction of my state, that is the state of Telangana. And this is one of the states where we have a maximum number of migration, both within and outside the state also. That is international migration we find all over the country like the other states also, but more particularly we have the migrant workers who are below the 10th class or who are totally uneducated. They go mainly to the Middle East countries. So I have just given that in the introduction. But they doesn't matter. Yeah, the pandemic situation has thrown several challenges to us, both within and also how to actually handle the situation that are arising for the migrant workers who are in different countries. But I would like to stress and also make it a point to tell all of you all the basic policy of Telangana is that the migration is an essential feature of development. All migrant workers are part of development, those who come from outside the state and those of us who are also going outside the state and also to the outside the country. So once when we see migration as a part of development, naturally there is an inclusion in itself in all the policies. So in my presentation also I will do both the domestic and also the international migration and what kind of measures we have taken. Next. So there is one question which was asked to us, what are the priority areas in the migration governance? So the basic feature will be to take necessary steps for safe in and out migration, and also we need a tracking mechanism who are going outside the state and the country. And specifically with respect to overseas worker strategy, providing critical help such as information, immigration clearance, then providing insurance protection, then information that connects them to the embassy, and also if they're outside, how they connect back to their family. Then enrolling the returning migrant workers, setting up of a help desk at the airports, and also creating a database of the travel agencies. So I also head the labor department, which gives the licenses and the shops and establishment to these travel agencies. So that becomes an essential part to us. And we share this database with the police and also the skill development agencies. Next, please. What were the challenges that we had faced? Like elsewhere, we had a lot of issues during the lockdown, mainly because there was total shutdown of economic activity and people were wanting to come back from all over the country, outside the country. So those were the challenges that we were facing, especially with respect to migrant workers, because they are temporary, they are illiterate, and most of them also had lost their livelihood. So then there was the emotional part of it. So we had to really welcome them with a human touch, not so much in terms of what we did and what we did not do, but even if one person also, if we had taken back with empathy, with sort of making them inclusive of what is happening all over the society, I think that helped a lot in Telangana. And though there was a lot of debate on why the numbers are less or more during COVID, but one important thing is that whoever was there, we tried to take care of them with respect to dry ration, full ration, canteens, the temporary shelters, etc., and try to make and comfort them during the period. Next. The issues in the migration during pandemic were also more pronounced because of the illegal migration that takes place even before COVID, and maybe now that we have opened up the ports, it will again be an issue, but all of you all know it. I'm just flagging the issue of the illegal migration and why the problem became a little bit more intense when we have to take them back. Next. So they were mostly in the informal sector. They were devoid of any social security or legal protection. And legal protection also because we don't have any specific laws for migrants. So I also flagged that issue over here. And secondly, the migration cuts across various ministries. There are a lot of ministries who also own up migration, thankfully so. So when it cuts across, then convergence, consultation, bringing the stakeholders together, all the coordination issues also become an important issue. Next. What initiatives we took against this background? The first one is the domestic one, who were coming back. We had a unified command system. We had the Chief Minister leading us. We had a state level coordination committee. At the district level, we had committees headed by the district administration, but it was unified from top to bottom. And within that unified administration, we had a survey. We built a database. We made sure that some of the enforcement measures are in place. We hold stakeholder meetings with the employers, with also the trade unions, and made sure that the informal sector, the unregistered, the informal workers had proper shelters that were driven by the district administration. Next. These are some of the photos that you can see. If you share my presentation, you can see what we did. Next. These are the institutional mechanism I was talking about. Next. Now, what is the institutional mechanism for international one? Because that is more interested in this forum. So I just made a little bit more focus for the slides on this one. We have a separate manpower company agency, which we call as TOMCOM. So this TOMCOM is actually a nodal agency for all international migration, especially of the workers who are illiterate and who are from the informal sector also. This company has got a license from Government of India, and its main objective is to facilitate safe and legal migration. Next, please. It has various objectives. Major thing is to conduct skill training. As you know, that is the most important thing for a safe migration. It helps workers to actually find a better job, a good employer if they are full of skills. To familiarize them with the oversized work condition, to forecast the job market demands. We also have a lot of collaborations overseas, thanks to the Ministry of External Affairs. Next. So these are some of the countries which we were placing before COVID, and now that we have again opened up, I think we were again starting the registration work. Next. These are some of the skilled workers that we have placed, the categories of them that we have placed overseas. Next. How do we collaborate? That was one of the main issue that was asked to us. How do you do the collaboration with the stakeholders? One of the first important thing, and that too with the recruiting agencies. This will be the pre-departure orientation training that the ministry has entrusted us with, and TOMCOM is the main nodal agency which conducts PDOT, and we provide orientation. Hyderabad, Karimnagar and Nizamabad, those are our districts. As on the 1st May, about 2,632 candidates were trained, given PDOT during the current year. Next. That is after COVID. These are some of the photos on PDOT, and then awareness generation on safe and legal migration, various photographs. You can see since a lot of ladies go, and especially the to the Middle East, we take particular care. And in the TomCom, of course, I am also the part of TomCom, but our general manager is also a lady, and I have a lot of lady officers manning the TomCom. That makes it very easy for people to approach, you know, just to give you a gender emphasis there. Next. Then these are the other ones. In our TomCom, our regional passport officer, protector, then the airport authority, the police, all of us are on the board of the directors, just to give you all information. And my RPO is also still sitting here. We almost meet every 2 to 3 months, you know, if not more often, and they're always there. And the protector also is very, very active in Telangana state. So these trainings and these kind of standees, these kind of awareness programs, all the material that comes up only because of your ministry. So I should place on record my deep appreciation. Having an agency is one thing, but getting support from all over is another thing. So thank you so much, Monica. The next, of course, information dissemination and guidance counseling also. Lot of workshops we hold with collaborations with different stakeholders. Next. These are some of the photographs. Now, next. Now, this is one of the important thing I was telling you, the Pravasi help desk, which we deliberated during the COVID and after the COVID in all our board meetings also. And our airport authority, then our immigration desk, the RPO's office, and most of all the protector's office, they have all now come together. And now, after the immigration desk, we are now going to have this migrant help desk, which we will be operationalizing it, I think, next week. 11th we have scheduled, and try and see how this is going to work. We only waited because we wanted the international travel to be open, and we hope that this will be a successful initiative that comes, and we plan to do it more rigorously with a lot of features once we go through the initial pilot period. Next. So the objectives of the health desk, especially the categories of housemaids, laborers, construction workers, that is those 10th class pays, ECNR stamp required workers are the focus in this help desk primarily, because students and those who go, the highly professional ones don't need this kind of help desk. So we have put it to the extent of ECNR stamped categories. Next. Then we also have roped in one another stakeholder, that is the Center for Good Governance, who helped us with a software which we will be putting it up in the desk also, and we will be connecting it to the TomCom website also, and we'll see how this is going to work. It has several features, but the most important one, next please, is a grievance redressal module that we have incorporated. We thought which is an important one for the purpose for which the help desk is going to come up. The next one is there's a distress management. If they are across outside the country, how we are going to manage the distress. We had a lot of discussions before we set up the help desk, so we'll see how this is going to work. Next. And how the registration is done, these modules and all, just for your information. Next. Registration, login, if some of them are well versed, you know, a lot of them who go overseas are quite okay with the computer thing. So we thought we'll give them a mobile app once they register here, and through the mobile app also they can be in touch with us. Next. This is the last section. I'm sorry if I'm going overboard with my time. How is the collaboration with the various agencies? Now I've said about a lot of initiatives, that we have done a survey, that we have some workplace collaborations with the employers, and we are going to have help centers. We had a helpline that was opened by our Union Labour Ministry, which we were operating during the COVID period, which we want to continue. And above all, incorporating all this, we also want to have worker facilitation centers in every district of Telangana. So when we talk about what can be the cooperation? So the first point I'm saying is there should be an institutional mechanism. Once the institutional mechanism is there, then the stakeholder meeting will happen on a continuous basis. Like I said, TomCom's board of directors had has the protector, the RPO, the police, everybody comes together and we discuss so many issues there. So if there is an institutional mechanism which allows for stakeholder participation, that's where it will be very useful. And the second one is there should be some way in which strict action is taken, because legal is, of course, legal action can be taken, but we don't have any specific law for that. We need to find a way of taking a strict action against those who are registered, say they send illegal migrants or they have some problem overseas. Then how do we actually support legally? This is one question. Then how do we do the grievance redressal when they don't have a telephone, when they don't have any kind of communication? Then how are we going to actually redress it? These are the issues that we would like to discuss in the manpower agency also. Next, the Worker Facilitation Center is one of the institutional mechanism which we are thinking in Telangana. We have one state resource center already in the Department of Labor, which we want to connect it with the TOMCOM also. And under the state resource center, we now want to have worker facilitation centers all across the districts, so that action plan is underway. And what will be the main job of the worker facilitation centers? I have given it there. Next, the help desk, as I said, one at the airport, but the worker facilitation centers will be effectively the help desk also. They are resource centers, so they will have different objectives, including the one, acting as a help desk also. The telephone helpline is already there. It is no longer active, which we thought we will again activate them and make use of these telephone helplines. Next. Then collaboration with civil society organizations. In these worker facilitation centers, if they are actively collaborating with civil society organizations, there are several ways in which they can help us, like in the registration also, in the running of the welfare measures under the worker facilitations. Several benefits will flow to them, like ration, one nation, one ration card, or education in the camps, etc. All those things are well known to all of you all. And then skill development. Now under Skill India program, again, fortunately in Telangana, skill development is part of the labor department. So it becomes very easy for us to actually bring together the skill development agencies and impart training, also through TOMCOM and the other agencies who are registered with Skill India program. Then financial inclusion, opening the bank accounts, helping them to liaise with the employers, or sending the remittances, whether outside, from outside or within the states itself. Then one important thing is accident insurance coverage. Just registering them for accident group insurance coverage will also be a very big help for the workers. Next. So this is my last slide. In the end, what I would like to say, I gave it in a nutshell, what Telangana wants to do. Having accepted them as a part of the development, these are the objectives of our policy. Whatever measures we have taken, they all come from our objectives of the policy. Now, we did not enunciate it yet as a migration policy, because we came to know that the Labour Ministry, Government of India, is also coming up with a migration policy. So we didn't want any kind of overlap, etc. So we are just waiting. However, as I already said, we have done a lot of measures and we are continuing to do so, but they broadly fall under these enabling objectives that we would want to follow as our migration policy. So thank you so much for giving me this time, and once again I should thank the Ministry and also the IIM for giving us an opportunity to share our experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kumudni, for giving us such a detailed presentation. And yes, you rightly said that every state would be having, I think, so this challenge about education of the migrant worker and the challenges which spring from that, and how to manage that, and also how to also take care of, or rather reduce illegal migration, and if it happens, how to take care of that. Structural institution, as you said rightly, is very important in terms of getting all stakeholders together and then address the issue of our migration, and also to kind of implement the migration policy in that regard. Thank you so much. Now I come to my Okay, we'll have question and answer session, but maybe it would be best after all the presentations are done, then we'll kind of go for question and answer. Next, I invite Dr. Sandeep Singh Kaura. He's advisor to the Chief Minister of Punjab. He's a professional with 22 years of experience in the field of skill development and technical education. He has obtained an MBA from University of Oxford and was a doctoral fellow at ISB Hyderabad. So now I'd invite Dr. Kaira to share his experience, in the state, please.
There's PPT also. So, thank you very much. And first of all, Madam Manika Jain, delegates on the dais, the members of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, a very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Dr. Sandeep Kaura and representing Government of Punjab today. This topic today is really very core to my heart. I'll not show you the full presentation, but I have a couple of slides which can give you a fair idea what are we doing as part of the state of Punjab. And since you all know, state of Punjab is known for migration, and you could see Punjabi diaspora everywhere in the world. And now if you look at the challenge which we are facing, we have gone in depth, because if you look at the Foreign Bureau, we were the first state to set up Foreign Bureau way back in 1966. We had all the systems and processes in place. But what we found that actually the on ground, if we see the result as far as migration is concerned, there is a set of people migrating from the state, and they have been migrating right from many years. Earlier Punjab is, I think, those who are aware, we have three parts of Punjab. One is called Majha, which is touching the border of the Pakistan, and we call it as, there are rivers. This is on the left side of the river. One, the area which is between the rivers called Doaba, and on the other side is called Malwa. And Doaba was known for migration. When you could go to any household there and check that at least one person would have been there, to any other country. And the moment you ask anybody outside India, and you would find many people from the Doaba region. But if you see now, today, the trend is that all the areas, and why they were going from Doaba? Because due to the overflowing of the rivers, their crops were damaged and they were not able to sustain. So they used to go abroad, for their livelihood. But now the trend has changed. If we look at, I would like to show you one slide, I think. Just go next. The third slide. Next, yeah, keep it here. So if you look at here, this is the data for 2018. So there is a map of Punjab connecting with Canada, because Canada is a preferred destination for, or sought after destination for Punjabis. 150,000 students went out of Punjab. And if you look at the kind of remittance moved out of Punjab was about 9.1 billion. That was a kind of 9.7 billion funds moved out of Punjab on account of a fee paid by those students, 150,000 people, students going abroad, and 95% to Canada. The 5% are to UK or New Zealand or other part of the state. The other slide shows that 12 billion is the inward remittance also. That is also a positive side of it, that we have got the funds back. But the focus here was that these 150,000, those who are moving, there is an equal number going illegally also, because there was a mention, there is a less illegal migration, but if we go to the ground, the illegal migration is there. And what is the reason? Because this forum should also understand the reason, and then we can find out the way forward. The reason, if you look at 150,000 students paying a fee of about 18 lakh per annum, then 30 lakh on account of boarding lodging, right? And that comes, if you multiply, and that is about 9.7 billion. But these are not from very affluent families. They are from poor families. They are selling off their land. their household, and they want to go to Canada. So they are not from the rich families. Now, who are going illegally? They are the one who are not able to go through a legal mode, but still they have a dream that they want to go abroad. And they cross borders through Mexico or other side, and they want to reach Canada or United States. So they are those who are dropouts, who are plus 5th class, 7th class, who cannot take admission in the Canadian colleges by even selling off their land. And that's a kind of quantum, 150,000 moving out of the state. And the per student or per candidate fee for illegal migration is much higher. It's about 35 lakh. They pay to an agent to cross the border. And we don't know, families don't know whether they have reached that country or not. Some of them perish. You would have seen Malta boat tragedy. 250 young students, they were drowned. They said they were drowned due to the, there was a boat tragedy, but it was intentional by the agents. Then there was a Panama boat tragedy. We could see people, crossing the river. So this is a kind of a problem which we are facing. And when we went to the ground, we said how to resolve this issue. Students want to go abroad. Whatever I say that I have best opportunities in Punjab, we can give you jobs here, they are moving. So what we said, instead of just giving them gyan, we said, please go abroad, but go through a legal route, no illegal route. And the agents who were involved, we have 70 agents who are RAs under MEA, operating out of Punjab. We have 5,000 agents who are registered under Punjab Act of Prevention of Illegal Migration and Human Trafficking. And we have 15,000 who are unscrupulous. We could find it out, all of them. And now we said how to control this. Now, RAs say that we are genuine. We are approved by MEA. Our agents say, oh, we are genuine because we are approved by Government of Punjab. And the one who are, and students are confused. And the one who is illegal, he is quoting, I am from MEA and I am from the Government of Punjab. There is no proper format into it. So what we have decided that we will publish a list of the agents that look, these are the agents who are legal. And that too in consultation with foreign country. The more important aspect is 5,000 agents who are approved by my government, they are not recognized by the Canadian government. They said they are illegal. They say only a candidate can get a file processed through RCIC, Regulated Canadian Immigration Consultants. They don't recognize our agents. So we had a rapport where we had a dialogue with Canadian government that let's join hand, let's set up kind of a model where you recognize our agents, we recognize yours. We don't recognize RCICI. That is another point. When they want to operate in Punjab, we say you are illegal. So just imagine RA is operating out of Punjab, RCICI operating out of Punjab, our own agents operating out of Punjab, and unscrupulous agents. So how a candidate would come to know? Even our officers were not aware that who is legal, who is illegal. So then we decided to have a one particular list published to control this aspect. So what is more important is the skilling ecosystem. We have to do manpower planning. Those who are dropout, they also have a dream to go abroad. Those who are poor from humble background, they also want to go abroad. How they can go abroad at a very less cost. That was our thought process. Just go next. So this is the data. Yeah, just keep it here. So our thought process was around this model. This one slide I want to highlight here. Next, just go next. Next slide, yeah. The migration model should be such that the cost of migration should be less. We should not have a huge cost. There should be a proper mechanism to it to reduce the lead time. The time consumption taking, for going legally also to abroad, there is a time consuming process to maximize the yield and to reduce the risk and to minimize the illegal migration. That was our thought process where we worked around it, that let us have a model around it. How can we achieve these all objectives. And the thought process around was a Punjab migration model. Just go next. Yeah, just next. Now, if you look at Canada, just a glance over here, how people move to Canada. I mean, just this is a decision tree we have shown. There is a legal way, there is an illegal way. As I said, they cross the border. Legal through study, through high-skilled worker category, or through trade workers. Now, trade workers in Canada are their need. But if you look at 150,000 went in 2018, and 300,000 who are expected to go in 2022, not a 1% is in trade category, which is in demand in Canada. What we are sending, they don't need it. They are just accepting them because they are getting fee, just to support their economy. But when my students complete their degree in Canada, they get work permit, but they may not get the work. They are again, they are harassed there because they are not getting jobs. Jobs are there in the trade category where my students are not going, because the universities are not allowing them to get admission in these categories. And this is a category like for plumber, for technician, for healthcare workers. And that's where we said we will now have a dialogue with the Canadian government.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I request now panelists to kind of be a little...
I will just, this is my last slide. That's why I said I'll take just 2 to 3 slides only. Just go next.
No, your presentation is very interesting, but
I'll just focus on the model only. Just go next, just one. Yeah, this is my Punjab overseas migration model. If you look at what we say, that let there be a G2G kind of a partnership. We are very, we are also getting support from MEA and ICM, but we said we will also have our own process. So we have tied up with the government of Alberta, province of Alberta with Canada, province of Ontario, we are about to sign, and province of British Columbia, we are about to sign. G2G partnership, wherein they will give us their credible agencies to come to Punjab, train people as per their requirement. What are kind of jobs opportunities there? So they will train in Punjab. We have signed up with UK High Commission also. British is also UK is also our focus area. So the government of the foreign country will give us agencies. Those agencies will set up infrastructure in Punjab. They will also bring their own foreign faculty and overseas employment. What is our job? We'll give them basic infrastructure. We'll give them a fee as per their model. We say we will not pay fee in INR. You charge fee as per your own currency. We are happy to pay. But what we want is a job should be there. There should be a backward integration with the jobs. And that's how this model, Punjab overseas migration model, we have done the pilot in the area of healthcare. We have done 2 roundtables, involved students, their agencies, their high commissions, and even MEA was also there. And from there, we have got a gist of it that we would have a kind of a model which is going to set the precedent for legal migration of those people who are needed in the country of destination. We don't want to send any unwanted people there. So with that focus, just go next. This is, so our focus is on G2G partnership, employment assurance, high probability of visa approval, because government to governments are involved. Visa was the only problem we were facing, so high commissions are doing pre-visa compliance before a student training process is started in a country, so that their chances of visa approval can be high. Reduce cost of training and more employment opportunities. That's how we are bringing this kind of a model which will set the kind of a benchmark. Healthcare we have started. Typically a nurse would pay 66 lakh to go to Canada. With our model, the cost has reduced to 8%. It's going to be around not more than 6, maybe 7 lakh. And they'll get the same facility, UK based. It would have taken 24 months to reach UK through CBT1, CBT2 examination. In our model, it will take 6 months, and the cost would also be very less and with the high yield. That's a focus area with which we have started that model, and our thought process is that we should together focus on those areas. What are the problem area? Why youth is going illegally? That can only be stopped if we give them a legal route. Easy route, less cost, high yield, then only they'll do it, else we won't be able to stop the illegal migration. With these words, thank you very much to the all delegate members and the audience here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaura. Yes, you were very, very right that, Punjab has been at the forefront of migration, and yes, you have a huge problem of illegal migration, and it has to be somehow give them an alternate route. I personally have many instances to share with on the problem which Punjab faces, as from the time when I was you can say a new recruit, you can say, in the services or whatever, in my first posting in Lisbon from there, and I have got horror stories to talk about, migrants from Punjab. Till the time I was, even my last assignment were in Australia, where I was Consul General, but I want to share, on a lighter side, an anecdote, an Australian policy maker over there. He was talking very passionately about, we were talking about immigration and how much money Australia is earning from Indian students coming over there, and it's a great market for them and all. But then he said, he moaned and bemoaned. He said, but to a Punjabi you give a crack and he'll drive through a train through that crack. So that's what so that is what and yes, you have with Canada huge this thing, but yes, now I find in Australia too the lot many migrants from Punjab going both legally, illegally. One came as a cricket team, officially invited, and all of them disappeared in Australia, so they had that. So, you are really, so you have to go through legal means. That is what Punjab is. You also have other issue about, we are not really kind of talking, but when you're talking about, we have to slightly, focus on gender issue, which, Madam had said or whatever. Yes, we have very vulnerable section, which is the women, who migrate for work. For workforce and for otherwise from Punjab, lot many go as wives, and then there are other, stories when we have to take care of a diaspora. We have to take care of people who go as dependents as well as who go for work, outside. So that is another story, not for this forum, but maybe post this discussion we can have a bit of informal, discussion on that. That's a huge problem where, women, domestic violence and other things with the migration we are facing, on this migration policy, we have to somehow take care of that issue also, who go or who get left behind. Many migrants come back, promise, especially in Punjab, promise lot many things or whatever. They get married second time or third time or whatever, dupe the women and then go abroad again. So that's a whole lot of other issue with migration, Anyway, I think so, since we've already eaten into the time of maybe my other presenters, I would request again to kindly keep it short so that people can ask questions and you can elaborate on on that. Now may I request Shri Ajit Kolasari, GM Norca Routes, he's Additional Secretary, Government of Kerala, and he has 5 years experience in Norca, and he has been doing great work. In fact, I would say Kerala, because there is a lot of migration from Kerala, and especially in the Middle East. So Kerala does have very robust institutional systems, to kind of take care of their migrant issues. And also, let's hear what they have to say about, what they're doing.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Manika Jain, Madam, and distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank ICM and Ministry of External Affairs for inviting Norca Routes to this platform and allowing us to share the unparalleled model of Norca in migration governance and diaspora management. I will go through my slides as quickly as I can to cover all the projects of Norca. So, the state of Kerala is the first state in India to form a special department for its diaspora. In 1996, the government of Kerala formed the Department of NORCA. NORCA is Non-Resident Keralites Affairs Department, to take care of its large diaspora and to spearhead its diaspora welfare and management. It's a single window agency take care of the welfare and well-being of our diaspora. Currently, 18 major scheme. NORCA is running 18 major scheme, and the government contribution to NORCA is 129.50 crores for the current financial year. See, within the span of 25 years, there are 5 different institutions functioning under the Department of NORCA. The first is in 2002, NORCA Roots. In 2009, Non-Resident Keralites Welfare Board, it's an autonomous board. In 2016, Non-Resident Keralites Commission is a quasi-judicial commission. 2017, a novel experiment, Loka Kerala Sabha. And 2019, Overseas Keralites Investment Holding Company. See in brief, Roots is the field agency, our main implementation arm of the Department of NORCA, spearheading the diaspora supportive projects. And in the welfare board, it's take care of the returning migrant by launching pension schemes. And NRA Commission, as I mentioned, it's a quasi-judicial commission headed by a retired High Court judge, handling the complaints and grievances and to recommend government remedial measures. And the Loka Kerala Sabha is a common platform of NRKs across the globe for their welfare and to utilize their expertise for the development of the state of Kerala. And the Overseas Keralites Holding Investment and Holding Company is a holding company to channelize NRK investment for the infrastructure development of the state of Kerala. Let us look in detail of the activities of NORCA, the main roots, the main implementation arm. It's a field agency of the Department of NORCA, having 20 years of excellence, pan-India presence, and leading Government of India approved recruitment agency governed by a board of directors, headed by our Honorable Chief Minister, bureaucrats, and the diaspora representatives. See, our objective, ensure safe, legal, ethical, and orderly movement of the skilled workforce from the state of Kerala, welfare and well-being of the NRKs, non-resident Kerala's, and we cover all cycles of migration. We have projects for before migration, we have take care of our migrant, and we have also take care of our returning population. See, we are giving much more importance to our returning population, because the migrant population in Kerala is higher than compared to other states in India. With this reason, reverse migration is also high in Kerala. The government of Kerala is taking much importance to the rehabilitation and reintegration of our returning community. The 75% of the allocation of NORCA is going for the rehab projects itself. See, the main rehab project, I'll go quickly. This is an NGPRE, a NORCA department project for returned migrants, started in 2013 Saudi Nithakat time. It's an economic reintegration model, and is a flagship economic reintegration model with the supports for screening, training, credit support, bank linkage, and hand-holding. Loans to MSME with fabulous capital and interest incentives. And the beneficiary benefit from more than 6,000 bank branches. All the financial, most of the financial institutions, all the nationalized bank, all the scheduled banks in Kerala, even private bank, and also the cooperative banks are associating and collaborating with the government of Kerala for this rehab model. Just look, Pravasi Bhadradai. This is a new rehab project we conceived and developed during the COVID-19 period, when the COVID-19 infused the influx of people, when large number of people returned to Kerala. We developed this new scheme, and this is also an economic reintegration model, and within the year we supported 4,000 enterprises under this project. Under this project there are 3 different sub-projects. One is Pravasi Bhadrata Pearl. This is a nano project exclusively for the returned blue-collared employees, and implemented through the Kudumbasri mission, is renowned poverty alleviation and women empowerment unit of Government of Kerala. And Pravasi Bhadrata Micro, we supported micro project with fabulous capital and interest subvention. Pravasi Bhadrata Mega, we supported small scale industries up to 2 crore through this project. See, Santuna is a flagship distress relief project of Government of Kerala for retaining group. And annually we support 5,000 retaining family. Death compensation is available, medical assistance available, marriage assistance available, disability assistance available. And financial assistance during COVID-19. On one-time ex gratia payment of rupees 5,000 to 1.3 lakh migrant who was stuck in Kerala during the COVID-19 period itself. And we conceived a new scheme, Pravasi Tanal scheme, and one-time financial assistance to unmarried daughters of expats and returnees who died due to COVID-19, and financial assistance also did. So let us look, the schemes ensure safe, orderly, ethical and regular migration. We have a job portal and an overseas recruitment project. We are one among the approved recruitment agencies under the Ministry of External Affairs. We do G2G engagement and G2P, government to private engagement. Currently, our G2G partners, Germany, we are the first state in Kerala in associating with the German Federal Employment Agency. Currently, the German delegation of German Federal Employment Agencies at Thiruvananthapuram is undergoing interviews for nurses to Germany. And we are associating with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and also we are a partner state in SSW program of specified skilled workers program to Japan. And certificate attestation, and this is a supportive program for the prospective immigrant. We are running the largest certificate and authentication centers in India, handling 50,000 plus certificate annually. And we are the accredited agent of all 6 GCC countries in India. And skill upgradation and reintegration. We are supporting our young Keralites workforce to meet the challenges of the international job market by upskilling them. Now we are working on the niche area like information communication technology area. We are providing training in artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, like ICT courses we are focusing. We are focusing on the nursing excellence courses we are running for supporting them to clear the licensing examination of the Middle East, and language training is another area where currently we are focusing. We are imparting German language, Japanese, French, and English through NORCA platform. Annually, we support 2,000 prospective immigrants from Kerala to upskill them, and we are offering 75% of the course fee. And the pre-departure orientation, since its inception, NORCA started its own pre-departure orientation program. We are the forerunner in PDOPs, and nowadays we are offering sector-specific PDOPs for nurses and domestic service workers. Both are vulnerable sectors. And new initiative for market research. NORCA is committed to find new markets, new job markets. We are conducting overseas employers conferences and fetching new job markets for identifying emerging job markets in overseas job market, and also to identify emerging job skills. Support for migrants at destination country. We have a number of schemes for the migrants at the destination country itself. The major scheme is NORCA ID card. We are offering, this is a social security scheme where we are offering ID card for our migrant and also for our students who are studying in international universities across the countries. And this ID card covers an insurance coverage. Current subscription is more than 5 lakh. And Pravasi Raksha insurance policy, this is also for the expats, and this is a critical care insurance policy offered by Norca routes, and for critical illness and insurance coverage up to 1 lakh. Norca Global Contact Center. This is a 24/7 call center facility operated by Norca, and this platform provides information dissemination, distress call management, and there's a provision for complaint lodging, provides international toll-free number, and also SMS live chat facility is also available. And Norca Business Facilitation, we support the business initiatives of our expats. Norca Business Facilitation will facilitate small, medium, and large NRK business investment in Kerala. And Loka Kerala Sabha, I already mentioned, it is a common, in 2017 we developed Loka Kerala Sabha. It's a common democratic platform of non-resident Keralites both inside and outside India. A platform for non-resident Keralites to discuss matters related to migration and enhance interaction with the homeland. And the LKS is a permanent body, and the 1/3 of nominee will retire, like our upper house of parliament, and are replaced by newly nominated members once in every 2 years. Biannual sessions are there. And the LKS constitution is that all elected members of the Kerala Legislative Assembly, and also the member is representing the parliament from Kerala, and also the selected members of our diaspora from across the world, across the countries. And other schemes of Norca is Pravasi Legal Aid Cell. We are providing legal consultants, free legal advice in destination countries, and or filing of case. We support filing of cases, legal representation in destination country, mainly in GCC. We have 10 legal consultants in destination places. Emergency repatriation, we do emergency repatriation in close collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs. Recently also in the Ukraine crisis, we repatriated around 3,500 plus students safely from Ukraine. And emergency ambulance service, we operate 24/7 free ambulance services from all international airports of Kerala. And the service is 100% free service. Now we extended the service to the neighboring states in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. In Coimbatore Airport, our service is available. In Mangalore Airport, our service is available. And emergency directed scholarship, we take care of the children of NRKs and also retainees by giving scholarships. Schemes for Pravasi Welfare Board, I mentioned that this is exclusively for retainee group. 2 pension schemes are available for them. These are contributory pension schemes, Pravasi Dividend Scheme and Pravasi Pension Scheme. Both are for the retainee community. See, collaboration with various stakeholders. So, one of the stakeholders is the diaspora. For the diaspora involvement, Loka Kerala Sabha is a diaspora engagement activity. Collaboration with the recognized Malayali Association in the destination country for awareness creation, repatriation, and support of migrants in distress. Representation, we ensured proper representation of diaspora in all Norca institutions. And skilling, we associate with private partners. In overseas employment, we associate with private partners. In other actors, financial support of the cooperative movement of Kerala is very, very important in reintegrating and running rehab projects in Kerala. Association with quasi-governmental bodies like Kudumbasri Mission for implementing schemes for the blue-collar workers is very, very important. Consultation with academia and international organizations like ILO, ICMPD, these are all very, very important. Support of the bank is very crucial. I already mentioned that all the banks are, all the nationalized banks, scheduled banks are associating with us through more than 6,000 branches. So in each village, you can see a branch selling a Norca Rehab product. And challenges in framing inclusive policy. So challenges, the lack of data on migrant returnee is a challenge for Norca. The failure to address complaint need legal help in overseas countries is also a challenge. Difficulties to address reintegration in large scale is also a challenge for us. Poor access to migrant when they are in other destination country is also a difficulty what we are facing. And lack of coordination with the stakeholders in policy making and program implementation is also we facing difficulty. Lesson we learned: need of sustainable reintegration programs. Norca Roots programs are not only merely one-time assistance. Through constant support, constant hand-holding, monitoring, we ensure sustainable reintegration. We take care of the needs of the migrants in all economic stratas. Fruitful diaspora engagement through inclusive platform like Loka Kerala Sabha. Coordination with diaspora actors and organizations and associations is very crucial in diaspora support and diaspora management. Minimizing the cost of migration, information dissemination, skilling, bilateral agreement, and coordination with stakeholders and identification of new markets are key in ensuring safe, legal, and ethical migration. And online data gathering could address lack of data. We have successfully conducted we run a COVID Jagrada portal where we received more than 17 lakh registration. And also Norca ID card portal, more than 6 lakh registration. We have received more than 6 lakh registration. And road ahead. This is my last slide, and these are the areas where currently we are focusing and working to expand the activities of Norca Roots by deploying more skilled workforce to develop sustainable reintegration model with the support of the cooperative movement in Kerala to prepare migrants for return, reintegration, preparedness. Because most of the 90% of our migrants are in 6 GCC countries. This is a type of reversible migration. So the preparedness for migrants to reintegration preparedness is very, very essential. Identification of new labor market where we are currently working. Towards safe, regular and orderly migration, initiatives to minimize the cost of migration where we are currently working. To expand the scope of diaspora engagement, that is an area currently we are working, and to develop better coordination with other states and other stakeholders. That is an area where we are focusing. With this, end of my presentation. Thank you, ICM, and thank you, MEA, for giving this platform for presenting the Norca story before you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very wholesome, I would say, strategy as well as, completely across the board, thinking and policy and implementation on the migration, from your state. Of course, Kerala earns, Kerala has in terms of percentage, I believe you have perhaps the highest migration or whatever, or maybe kind of just following Punjab, but then remittances, I think the economy of Kerala really largely kind of depends on remittances, and so you've done backward linkages in terms of getting those remittances or using that or an investment for the development of the state, which is very good. Of course, you do talk about migration and reverse migration and think through all that, and so you have rehab projects, skilling, and very focused you can say attention to the requirements of the state and your people who go abroad. Thank you for all that, and of course your efforts during COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 which are going ahead. I wish you all the best for that. And now we come to our next panelist, Dr. Arushi Ajay Malik, the Chairman and Managing Director of Rajasthan Skill and Livelihoods Development and Secretary, Skill Employment and Entrepreneurship, Government of Rajasthan. Dr. Arushi is an IAS officer of 2005 batch, and she is a medico by qualification. So I think so she's joining us virtually, so may I kind of request you kindly to connect us to Dr. Arushi, please. Dr. Arushi, can you hear us? No, she is muted. The next one, please. I think so. By the time they have some issue, it looks like that. So now our next panelist is Dr. Raj Shekhar, Commissioner, Kanpur. So he's got 17 years of career, which is, of course, which he started, I think so, in 2004 as Joint Magistrate of Faizabad. He's by profession or by academic qualification, he's a veterinary doctor. He's done many other portfolios, in his journey, and now, I would request him to take us through what Uttar Pradesh is doing, because Uttar Pradesh is also picking up in migration. I see, we see many issues from people migrating from UP. Hello? Dr. Shekhar, can you unmute yourself, please? Hello, can you hear us? I think so. Are we having problems? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, please.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. To begin with, I must thank Ministry and also the ICM for organizing this national level conference. And especially we are thankful to Surbhi ma'am and all the panelists. Okay, so we have a brief presentation from Uttar Pradesh. So mainly it's based on what all the actions and the activities and the welfare schemes we took during the pandemic COVID to handle the large influx of the migrant laborers from various states to the Uttar Pradesh. Please. Just to brief, the 28.5% of the national population comes under the internal migration part scheme. So the major lead sources are like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Orissa, Uttarakhand and Tamil Nadu. But the key destination points where these laborers migrate during peak times of the year, that is Delhi, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Haryana, Punjab and the Karnataka. So mostly when we analyze the nature of the jobs and their profiles, so most of them are employed in the construction activities, the domestic works, the textile, the brick lanes and the transportation, mines, quarries and the agriculture subsectors in the districts and the states of the destination. Next. If we see, ma'am, the overall the data what we have acquired from the Relief Commissioner and also the Transport Department and various other departments of the Uttar Pradesh government about the number of migrant laborers. It's like on the Relief Commissioner portal, there are 38.32 lakh migrant laborers are registered as of now. And out of which during the COVID pandemic, there was large influx from 6 to 7 states of India, and they are coming through various modes, like some of them are coming through the trains, through buses, the private vehicles. So we had various arrangements to receive them and to ensure that they safely reach to their destination districts and then to their respective homes. So 15.25 lakh migrants were taken care in the shelter homes, and another 9.32 lakhs were taken care in the transit hostels. So during that period, during the COVID lockdown, where during this migrant crisis, so 15.12 lakh migrant families were provided with the financial assistance at the rate of 1,000 rupees per family from the COVID care fund. though the total amount what we spent on this head is around 151 crore. So similarly, 174 crore were spent for the providing them the cooked meal and also for operating the community kitchens at the various district and the tahsil levels. And to ensure their livelihood, the state government of Uttar Pradesh also ensured supply of the ration kits for 15 days of utilization. And also we distributed these kits to 18.30 lakh migrant families. And again, to add to that one, 7 days free ration was also distributed in addition to the above to 4.77 families, those who come from the weaker sections. The financial assistance of these, wherever we find there were wage losses, so where they were of the weaker sections, we provided 15.7 lakh daily workers with the financial assistance to make out to compensate their wage losses. And other than that, 184 crore was spent in the public distribution system during this period. Next. The Honorable Supreme Court also, one of its judgment, appreciated the steps taken by the UP government and the efforts, special efforts put in by the UP government to handle the migrant crisis. We registered almost 37.8 for migrant laborers who came to UP from various states of India. Out of that, 20.5 lakh were skilled migrants. And we did the skill mapping under 94 categories. That was one of the major tasks which we undertook during that period, and all the departments. So there were almost 12 departments which were involved in skill mapping of these migrant laborers. And we could map almost 20.5 lakh migrant laborers. Out of that one, we provided almost 10.44 lakh migrant laborers were given employment in various sectors throughout UP during this period. Next. So looking into the big issue of the migrant laborers and to manage their affairs in a very systematic and also result-oriented manner, the Uttar Pradesh government established this UP Kamgar or Shramik Seva Yojan Evam Rozgar Commission under the chairmanship of Honorable Chief Minister, and the IIDC, that Industrial Development Commissioner, is the secretary to this high-level commission. And also we brought out this Seva Mitra app also to facilitate the registration of the migrant laborers and also to analyze their skill and the skill upgradation required. Next. So during this migrant crisis, the whole of India was witnessing, the major pressure was on the state of Uttar Pradesh. So we had almost during that 4 to 5 months, we had almost 2,124 special trains coming to UP at various destinations, and they are carrying the migrant laborers from 6 to 7 states of India. Other than that, around 33.5 lakh migrants were ferried to their native place by the UPSRTC buses. Almost 8,000 UPSRTC buses did almost 80,000 trips to carry out these migrant laborers, and we ensured that they reach safely to their homes. Next. And these are the some of the special schemes which were the Labour Department undertook during that period, like giving financial assistance to 17.90 lakh building and other construction workers to the tune of 1,000 rupees in the first phase. We provided this particular assistance also to 23.05 lakhs BOC workers in the second phase. And also around 42.59 lakhs workers were given this financial assistance during the third phase in the 3 months. Total 1,432 crore were spent throughout this DBT mode, and they were transferred to the accounts of these beneficiaries. Take next. These were some of the, you can say, suggestions, or we can say the points to discuss in coming days. A comprehensive act for all the migrant workers, including the intra-district and inter-state migrations. We need to have a comprehensive act for this, and the state government is working on it, and soon we'll have discussion at the national level also. The second one is inter-district and interstate coordination committees should be formulated at the state and the national level to jointly plan the institutional arrangements between the administrative jurisdiction of the sending and the receiving the migrant laborers in and out of the district and the states. To build the capacity of the PRIs to maintain the database of the migrant workers. This is one of the crucial points because every the village, every block and every tehsil and the district must have this database of the migrant laborers so that we can effectively handle their affairs. Next, formation of the migrant labor cells in every state and in most of the departments which are concerned directly connected to the migrant affairs. Next. A tracking of the tracking database may be established, and UP has started this particular work. And these are the few suggestions. I think most of the states are working on these suggestions, and we are confident the ministry will take up these issues, and hopefully in coming days and the coming years we'll have a better setup to handle the affairs of the migrant laborers. Next. Next. Thank you. At the end, with this quote, like we can't deter people to fleeing for their lives. They will come. The choice is how well we manage their affairs. That is the key. That is it's a mandatory key. People will migrate to various places for their livelihood. But it's up to us how effectively we handle their affairs. How easy we make their, you can say, the migration comfortable and easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shekhar, for a sort of very crisp and presentation. And all, of course, Uttar Pradesh has largely issue of interstate migration in large numbers, and you are not the only state. I think so all states were represented here. They do have interstate migration also, but also they have inter-country migration, largely. Yes, of course, most of the states have been right now, so your voice is echoing. So we have been, I think so, a world across, I would say that we've been grappling with right now is this pandemic returnees or migration during the pandemic time, returnees of our people, returnees because of the post-pandemic or pandemic and post-pandemic issues, and then rehabilitation of them, whether they want to go again or they want to get rehabilitated within their own home states. So this is a large issue, and every one of I think so our states have been sharing how they've been doing that or whatever. I'm sure that in the forthcoming meeting or whatever, when we are talking about those so-called 23 objectives of global compact for safe, orderly and regular migration, but COVID will be, I think so, and the issues which have arisen because of COVID or any other, or even, secondly, I think so war or any other emergency would also be center stage, during that deliberation. So I'm sure, I think so, ICM and others would be taking, we'll be taking note of that, and how, meaning though when it was started, those 23 objectives might not be talking so much about the emergencies, but this will be another set, which will be talked about it, and your inputs would be very, very valuable for that. And I'm sorry to say that Dr. Arushi is having some issues or whatever the state is having, so she will not be able to join us. So now I move to, we are left with two panelists. Now I move to the next one, Shri S. Govindhan. He's passport officer in RPO Chennai. Govindhan is a fellow service colleague from 2009 batch, and of course, I think so. He's introduced a program called Chat with Your RPO, and I'm sure you're going to talk about that and other, other initiatives which you've taken. Thank you. I give the floor to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, panelists, and good afternoon, the guests. Hello. Yeah. So I have two challenges before me right now. One is that what I should speak in this forum, because it's full of about immigrants, immigrant-related issues. So I had 2 rounds of panel with Dr. Surabhi before coming here. That why I should not be in this panel? She was like, you should be in the panel. And finally she won that you give passport only, then people travel. So you are very well relevant to this topic, and you can be there. So that is convinced. And second challenge which I have is that we are closing towards the lunch, and everybody is concerned how many slides I will be having. The good news is that I don't have a presentation for you, so I'll be finishing off my presentation before 5 minutes. So what I thought I can share with you is about how we in Passport Office manage the grievances of the public. So when I took over, I found that there are various mechanisms by which we receive complaints from public. One, of course, is a telephone call we get. We have a common telephone number. Then we have emails. Then we have Skype. And then we have Twitter. And then we have what you call, which I also want to add some more thing, from my side, what you call WhatsApp. I thought, WhatsApp is the easiest mode of communication nowadays. Why can't we receive the grievances through WhatsApp? And then we can have what you call a video call with the applicants directly, so that we get to know their grievances well. So we integrated all these mechanisms in one in-house mechanism called the Integrated Public Grievance Mechanism, which was formally inaugurated by the then Secretary CPV during his visit to Chennai. So far we have crossed about 8,000 grievances we have received in that particular cell in various mechanisms. What we do is that we compile everything on a daily basis. We send it to different wings of the Passport Office to identify if it's related to a migrant labor issue, like a policy case or a duplicate passport or multiple passport. We identify the grievances, or they are waiting for a PCC and all. Then from different wings, we get the input to the integrated public grievances thing. And it's also a mechanism by which, as a RPO, I can directly interact with public on every Tuesday. So if any of my colleagues in the grievances mechanism are not functioning, the person who is facing the complaint will come directly. I went to room number 5. This officer was there, so that officer also will be sitting next to me in the grievances meeting. So that helps me to find out the grievances, and we came across such grievances where migrant laborers who went abroad. Basically, there are 3 kinds of grievances I have found. Is that one, they want their ECR passport to get converted to ECNR passport. So they need a better guidance about that, which we have been doing. What are the criteria? Not necessary that they should have 10th standard qualification, but also if they file income tax returns, they are eligible to get the ECNR passport. So we try to guide them on the migration from ECR to ECNR passport, how easy the procedures are now, and the documentation is very less. Also, we closely work with the POE. Dr. Venkatachalam is sitting in the same office where I am sitting. So if any kind of doubt we have, we refer them to the POE, who can guide them in a better way about the recruiting agents and other issues. The second issue what we came across was that immigrant laborers, when they go abroad, their passports are taken away by their employers. And what they do is that they take an emergency certificate from the mission abroad, and then they come to India. Sometimes what they do is that they carry their passports also, they get their passports back, and they travel with their emergency certificate. So they have 2 documents with them when they come to India, and they are caught by the immigration. And immigration immediately seizes their passport and emergency certificate, and then they send it to the Passport Office for the safe custody. But we don't want to keep it with us, so we want to give it back to the immigrant laborers too, because they have to go back to their job in different places. So we try to help them out, because in that process we have to get in touch with our missions abroad to ensure that the emergency certificate which is issued to them is genuine. That is one thing we have to do. We try to expedite that response from our missions abroad. And then we also check that the previous passport which they got was a genuine one, which was issued by the mission. These are the 2 things we do, and then we try to release their passport. Or we, in case if the, because since they have got the emergency certificate, that passport which they were holding is no longer valid. So we cancel the passport, we guide them to apply again to get a fresh passport, and we try to do it within a week's time. So this is what we mainly do in that grievance mechanism. And the third thing which they do is that the suppression of information about the passport, which we found that basically this is mainly because of lack of knowledge, that when you apply for passport again, we have to mention the previous passports which you are holding. Many of the times the immigrant laborers, they don't mention about that. So which leads to a policy file, what we call in Passport Seva project. Once a policy file is created, they are required to come in person to the regional passport office and submit an explanation. So this is what we have been telling them, please do not suppress any information about your previous passports. Please, write them, clearly when you apply for a fresh passport about your previous passport. This will help us to facilitate the, renewal of your passport at a very faster rate. And many of the migrant laborers and who are in Chennai also, I found them, they were all got into this kind of corona case, what you call not wearing mask and going around during the pandemic time. This has caused an hindrance for them to get what you call a visa abroad, to go abroad to get a visa, and also the PCC and all those things were having they were having issues. So we in the RPO Chennai, we took a decision to override those kind of cases for Epidemics Act, because they all apologized to us that we were not aware of the seriousness of the issue. We were roaming around in the pandemic time, but now when we want to go abroad for a job, this is creating an hindrance. So we got a clearance from the local police station, and then we issued passports to those people who want to go abroad. So we want them to get their jobs. So these are some of the initiatives we have taken in Chennai RPO. But now, having come to this forum, and I realize that a lot more we can do in collaboration with other entities who are also part of this endeavor. So thank you so much, Dr. Surabhi, for giving me this opportunity to share the limited experience of RPO Chennai with you. This Chat with the RPO program has gained a lot of momentum, because not many people are, now it's not necessary that they should scan and send their documents by emails or by speed post. They can just take a snapshot in their mobile and send it to us by WhatsApp. We also respond to them by WhatsApp. So just use of technology for the benefit of people. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Govinda, for sharing, your challenges at ground level and how you've been tackling them, and it gives insights to, I think, so all others and the policymakers also, say what could be really challenges, at that level. So it's very, very, I think rightly Surabhi has asked you to come and join this panel or whatever. And so we have another young officer from IFS, Ms. Tavishi Behel Pandey. She's in the regional passport office, Patna. She's also POE, and I'll give the floor to Tavishi now.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll keep it short and crisp, as sir has kept. It is just my personal experiences. I've been POE since past 2 years, and for past 6 months I've been RPO also. So I have like an sort of an end-to-end responsibility to take a Bihari immigrant and send him out safely. So I'll just talk about the challenges. First of all, as Rahul sir had mentioned, that there is a lack of awareness amongst the immigrants as well as intending immigrants, and as well as state authorities. The police is unaware of the Immigration Act. Personally, I have gone through the Act, and the Act is very powerful, and which gives us court powers also. POE has court powers, and we have powers of customs for raiding a premises and going and ensuring. So we have a very strong Act, but the thing is that in our system also we are not aware, and definitely state authorities are also not aware that there exists such a powerful Act. Probably sir with his police experience can develop an SOP. I had also tried at my level. I had shared an SOP, what I could understand, with the police authorities. But small issues kept on arising, like what would be the jurisdiction? Because an immigrant in Siwan is depositing money to 2 bank accounts, which is one in Mumbai, one in Odisha, and the visa is being issued from Delhi. So there is a lot of jurisdictional issue while filing a complaint. So using my contacts, I could force police authorities to take action. During my tenure in 2 years, I have filed around 50 FIRs against illegal recruiting agents. And as sir was suggesting, the WhatsApp number, because even I felt because of lack of awareness, I have a special WhatsApp number which I keep, because the immigrants were not able to approach us, because I opened this office in 2019 and it was a time of pandemic and everything. So we started addressing queries through this WhatsApp number. The major issue which I faced was the issue of fake visas being given. Some were professional fake visas, which was difficult to be identified, and some were like very frivolous. One case in Motihari, a person had printed 1,000 copies of fake Singapore visa, And he would have easily earned with an investment of 1,000 rupees. His plan was to earn around 1 crore. So I keep on getting these ideas now. So, so the thing is that these fake visas, I know we are trying to integrate with the GCC countries, but they still have a mechanism, because all these countries, especially Saudi, UAE, Kuwait, you can still check their visas online. But for countries like Mauritius, Maldives, and other African countries, and Canada, say for instance, Singapore, Singapore also you can check online the e-visa, but in other countries we don't have such mechanism. So after researching a bit, I realized that 2 years ago we have signed an agreement with Canada because of to ensure safe migration, that they will be checking our visas being issued. So probably rather than just concentrating on the GCC, we need to concentrate especially in the African countries, because I have found around 1,000 fake visas being issued for African countries over a period of 2 years. Absolutely fake, especially to Angola, South African visas, and especially Russia also. If we can have a collaboration with Russia, like out of those 1,000 fake visas, I think around 400 were fake Russian visas. Just to give you an anecdote, there was a group of people who approached me, around 20 people approached me, and they got their Kuwait visa checked. Thanks to our embassy, they confirmed that they are all fake visas. I duly informed to the migrants also. They were quiet for 20 days, and finally I received a call on the WhatsApp number that, ma'am, we are standing at the Delhi International Airport, and the person is not picking up the phone. So I said, I told you that your visas are fake. So they sent their airline ticket also. And you'll be surprised to see that these agents, they issue fake airline tickets also. The PNR number is wrong. So I have got such cases also. And I said that these tickets are fake. And they said, yes, ma'am, now we of course realize we are now 60 people. So I said that I had told you that these Kuwait visas are fake. Why did you go? So they just use this term. मैम हम सब इकट्ठे बैठे और हमने दिमाग लगाया और हमने सोचा चल के ट्राई करते हैं. So I was like so furious. There were 60 people and each of them had paid around 75,000. Oh my God. And fake visa was issued, fake medical tests were done, and fake airline tickets were given. So just a piece of paper, like if we take 1 rupee for printing everything, so for 60 people, if we say 180 documents were given to all of them, the profit margin of this business is very high. So basically, so this fake visa, we need to have interaction with all the countries so as to develop a mechanism in the interest. Because what I got to know that we are also reluctant, because that will bring out our the thriving business, because usually the Russian side usually raises it in the consular issues that we are not taking enough steps to curtail this menace. But we need to recognize this and not brush it aside ki nahi koi fake visa nahi hai, because that's the biggest problem which I have, especially dealing with Bihar and population from Bihar and Jharkhand. The second issue is, as has been rightly mentioned, that Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, they are the ones for whom maximum number of immigration clearances are granted in a year. Probably Kerala is more sophisticated, so numbers might be more, but immigration clearance wise, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar is there. But the situation I faced was the number of registered recruiting agents was just 8. And out of that, only 1 was active. Once I joined in 2019, and they were, I'm talking about like around 80,000 immigration clearances being given to people from Bihar in a year, which has of course come down during Corona, but still. So those going on tourist and visit visa is a very high number in Bihar. So I took action, as I was saying, that FIR was registered against the agents, and now we have around 42 new recruiting agents applications which are pending, and the current number is around 15 to 16. And we also have the state RA was registered during this tenure, but they are yet to be active. Surbi had asked me to speak about the state initiatives also, so I'll be briefly touching on them. So, sir, I would request that if these 42 recruiting agents applications can be processed at the earliest by the ministry, so it would give an opportunity to the person to actually approach a genuine agency. Currently, people from Bihar and Jharkhand, they don't have that opportunity also. And all of them joke that any person, especially from Siwan and Gopalganj, which are like the districts, if he has a mobile phone, he's a recruiting agent. So it becomes, that is the level of keenness of people to go out because of employment opportunities in this state. And anyhow, Bihar, people always, the inter-country and the intra-country migration is the highest. Now, one of the points which unfortunately none of the panelists have mentioned is disseminating proper information regarding medical tests to be conducted before going abroad. Probably ICM can concentrate on that, because that is the point where maximum duping of migrants take place. So they ask them that this is a there is a term GAMCA, where is Gulf accredited medical centers. So they tell them that you have to get this medical test done. So just at that point only, they dupe many people, and they charge around, depending upon the country to which they are sending. So the rate is between 5,000 to 15,000 for a simple test, which is CBC, X-ray, and other. So this ICM needs to work on that also, because Bihar doesn't have any GAMCA accredited centers. So unko ya to Lucknow, or they have to go to Kolkata. And before that, going to the actual GAMCA center, these agents tell the immigrants that you have to get yourself checked in some local agents, local medical centers, and which usually they just print out a report and they just give. So before, they just say ki aapka visa is ready, you have to get medical tests. And there also, and after that they close the shop and run away. So even at that level also, and after ministry's intervention, luckily at least GAMCA on the side, they opened Patna as an option. There are number of institutes which have applied. Now we are awaiting team from Saudi, that Riyadh, once they'll come, probably then this initiative can be taken forward, and in Bihar and Jharkhand we'll have some centers at least which are genuine. So again, access to genuine institutions is very important to ensure safe and legal migration. Now I've talked about this. Of course, in the state there is a problem that the state capital doesn't have an international airport also. So Bihar has its own unique challenges which I'm sure none of the other states have. Now, as RPO, I have a privilege of having a bird's eye view. So one of the things is that we have to recognize that RPO is the first point of dissemination which can be used as first point of dissemination for information regarding safe and legal migration. Probably we can rope in POPSKs also. Now we are entering into a new MOU with Department of Post. So probably the PG division as well as PSP division can include some aspects of basic training in migration of the DOP staff also. Like we train them for PSP system, some basic details which they can disseminate while a person is applying, and they can be like more like a migration resource person at POPSK rather than just doing the passport role. And secondly, regarding, I have a suggestion that PDOT training, rather than waiting for the applicant to go, RPOs have a data of whom we are giving all the ECR passports. So we have that data. So probably the PDOT training can be devised as such that once an ECR passport is being handed over to the applicant, at that time only some sort of maybe we can hand in over a booklet, a small checklist to all the people whom we are issuing ECR passport. So that can be linked between the two offices which I felt. Probably we can have a PDOT proper training also, or some extra information being given once the ECR passport is being issued. Regarding Bihar government, it has become a state recruiting agent. They have 2-3 initiatives which I have been involved in. I don't know their current status, but they have been in touch with Emirates Driving Training Institute, same model as Punjab was suggesting, that where they'll be training the drivers in India at their Training and Driving Research Institute at Aurangabad. And so they will have the surety that once they go there, they'll have a job. Because currently, especially the drivers, once they go there and they undertake a course of 3 months, it is not guaranteed that they are going to clear that test and have a driving license. So number of drivers who are coming back is really high. So they have this, they are planning this program. I don't know when they'll be able to put it in practice. And especially SSW also, they are in the process of empaneling Japanese training institute so that they can train, because of Bodh Gaya. They have this inherent connect with Japan, and I'm sure I was Under Secretary Myanmar before this, so I know that all these Southeast Asian and Japanese countries, they have a very soft corner for Bihar, and they are ready to invest, and they are really open to Bihar just because of Bodh Gaya. So you can ask them anything and they'll be willing to shell out anything to Bihar, but they don't ask. That's a different thing. So the thing is that what I appreciate, and I always tell the Labor Department in Bihar to follow Norca routes, because I'm really impressed. I have been to their website like multiple number of times, that they need to have this integrated approach, because in Bihar also, like ma'am was saying, the skill development and the Labor Department is the same. So they can have this end-to-end approach, and with them being the state recruiting agency, so they can really do a lot in this. I hope that they are able to move ahead. Now, looking forward, awareness, sir, I've already talked. Now, Qatar visa centers also. So it is just about, again, accessibility to the... Qatar had opened recently, as in 2-3 years back, 7 visa centers in various places, especially in Lucknow also. But if we put the number of applicants going to Qatar, Bihar, if they open a visa center in Patna, so they'll have the catchment area of Northeast and as well as Jharkhand and Bihar. And if we combine, we have the highest number of people who are being granted immigration clearances for working in Qatar. So again, having Bihar in the main frame of things, because my experience being there in the state for past 3 years, that we tend to overlook that what is happening in Patna or Bihar. So having a visa center like Qatar Visa Center or other visa centers in Patna is really going to improve the access of migrants to genuine institutions again. And one more thing was the process, in my case, because the number of recruiting agents was very less, the direct immigration cases used to come to me in a huge number. And that was the main reason that I started this WhatsApp number, because my process was not to just grant immigration clearance to a direct immigrant, because the immigrant used to come with a valid visa, a good contract, of course not through e-migrate, but I had to make sure that the foreign employer gets registered first. So it was not just giving direct immigration to the immigrant. I had to be in touch with the FE also to get them registered. And we have a sort of a stringent condition for foreign employers to be registered with the embassy also. And it took a lot of time till the time the visa validity used to expire. So my suggestion is that we need to simplify, because in the current system, the entire onus and burden is on the immigrant. And once we put burden on immigrant, you have to do this, you have to do that. So instead of getting the foreign employer being registered, the immigrant will go to an agent and somehow try to manipulate and get immigration clearance through they'll say maybe perhaps the same some other company in the same country, but he will go and work for the genuine company. So if everything is genuine, so we need to simplify that process for the immigrant, and the onus entire regulatory role and onus should be concentrated on the agents working in India. Like we have all sorts of people, travel agencies, technical centers, they are all doubling up as recruiting agents. So we need to little bit focus ourselves on managing and regulating the agents rather than the immigrants, because currently immigrant has to get it if I am a foreign employer and a small time, probably I'm a restaurant owner or I have a small company, then it is very difficult for me to go to the embassy to first get myself registered. Then if I want to call one person, then I'll go to the embassy to get all his document attested and verified. So I will not be that keen. So that if I am not that keen to go again and again to the embassy, and especially if I'm located far away from the embassy, like sir was suggesting that Saudi Arabia is such a big country and there is supposedly an Indian restaurant and we want a labor, he will not be traveling to Riyadh or Jeddah for one person. So we need to recognize that even that one person has the right and they have the genuine documents. It is not that they are going. So we should not overlook the genuine people who are carrying genuine documents just because they are small scale. We need to recognize their need and simplify the process accordingly. And and of course compulsory registration of all immigrants we have discussed, and I am absolutely for it that we should have compulsory registration so that we have an adequate database. And this is a bit far-fetched idea, but personally, it is my personal opinion that we need to look that whether we actually need this demarcation of immigration check not required and immigration check required passports. Because I think being an RPO, if we have this distinction, we are first forcing, I have seen as RPO that we are first forcing the immigrant to get a fake 10th degree. They do that, they present their fake documents, so they are paying anywhere between 10 to 15,000 to get that fake degree. They don't know anything. It is not solving the purpose because they are not educated, so they can be duped. And even if we are giving them an ECR passport, they will travel on travel and visit visa, which I have seen almost everybody doing that in Bihar, whomsoever we have managed to give ECR passport. And once they go there, they are stuck there. And they ask for more money to get it converted.
Can you be a little shorter?
So we need to really look at that whether we have to focus on the visa being issued and the profession being mentioned, or just ECR and ECR.
Thank you so much. Thank you. No, you raised really some very valid points, especially, lack of information, where I think so we all would agree that it's not only on the prospective immigrant side, but it is many on the, government agency side also. We are not kind of aware, and there is of all the strengths, rules, regulations, loopholes, and strengths which we have, out there. So that, of course, is there. I think so we need, it's a different thing. We have to also train our people who are handling immigration issues or whatever. There should be a refresher course or something. Yes, the challenges, Bihar has, your state has huge challenges, and regarding not only information, but documentation collection and all, and I'm sure there would be other states also who would be going through these kind of challenges, if not at that level, but yet. And then there are prospective immigrants, and there are dreams for people to go abroad from erstwhile states where there was only internal migration, I would say, and not so much external out-of-country migration. But now we find, yes, people are trying to go out, and there are many agents who are working, out there. And unfortunately, you said there are many who have opened completely commercial shops, where they do, where they do people who have these aspirations. So thank you for your very informative and giving us grassroots problems of states, particularly states similar to Bihar, where governments are still struggling to have some infrastructure in place to send, have a migration, have some infrastructure of facilitating, I would say, legal migration, and where our officers are struggling, but they're bringing it to our notice, I'm sure. This will be a very fruitful session. Now I'd open it for question. I think so everybody is waiting for lunch, but I'll take 5 more minutes or so, 5 or 10 somebody might be having, because it was a very, very important session. States came out with their not only challenges but also how they're grappling with it. So I'll open the session for Q&A, please. Yes, please.
I'm Sita, and I just have 2 points actually. One is for Dr. Kaura and Madam Kumudini. It is the role of the diaspora actually. I've heard a lot of your work, but I haven't heard the part of actually looking into the diaspora, and that might be something for you to think of. So it's just a comment, it's not really a question. Just for the future, I mean, obviously Norca does a lot, but some of the other states I hear are obviously perhaps not doing enough. For one point that you've raised, which has been very close to my heart for a long time, is the GAMCA. For a short time, Philippines did not have to go through the GAMCA. And this is something I really think India should advocate for. A lot of people from the Gulf come here for medical, all kinds of treatments. So obviously they do think that India has the capacities and the capability for good medical services. So India needs to, it's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible also, because I tried looking at the possibility of this, but to actually look at not going through the GAMCA for Indian workers. So that's something to work on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, Philippines has a very good model for their labor migration. They have excellent agreements and everything, and so we need to emulate a lot from Philippines. And especially GAMCA, rather than they accrediting, because my groundwork experience has been that they accredit not such good institutions also. So we could have an understanding that probably NABH accredited or some parameters could be set, and those could be accepted as genuine ones. Thank you.
See, Philippines, I would say Philippines has, their whole policy or whatever, it works on really sending out their people for, work or whatever. Then it's, the whole gamut is different, they have, they encourage, as a policy, they encourage migration. They give, they give their people, they want their people to go out, work and send remittances, and also they have a more, I think, sophisticated and well-tuned in structure or so. Well, I think so. I cannot comment on that where, GOI, I don't think so. Still, we kind of really encourage that way, like Philippines does or whatever. You're not in that game or whatever. But yes, we have to work a lot in terms of aspirations of people when they want to go abroad, and how they should be safe, orderly, and they should get, they should get their due, for that. So we will be working with that. Yes, you want to ask?
Yeah, I just, I'm Idaya Rajan. I just wanted to add, you were talking about back for all the things, visas and other things. I have seen back Indian passports. So even passports we have back passports. So with the head changed in India. And we also have embassies. In fact, in Kerala, we should talk about Kasaragod embassy. You can get visas, there's an officer, like your POE office, like everything is done there. Because Kasaragod embassy is very known in Kerala. So, there are things. And also this, I think when we talk about migrants, I think we are forgetting something very important is, see, visit visa. It will continue, you like it or not. I think, because what people tell me when you go to Gulf, sir, when you send your own son, who is from village, go and spend a month in Mumbai and try to get a job. This is what, sir, we are doing. Why you are criticizing us? So I think we should look for a way to facilitate them for a future migration, because we send our own children to Delhi, Mumbai. Spend a week, you have a cousin, go stay there, look for a job, attend an interview. So, you can't tell visit visa will continue. Even the, the flights who came by the Vande Bharat flights, half of them are visit visas accompanying, undocumented. So I think we have to work with them. I think still we are working without understanding their interest. I think we have to get into the migrant shoes. I don't think we are doing it still. With many policies, we are all talking about, we have to talk to the migrants what they want. I don't think we are not talking to any migrants, and we are not talking to migrant surveys, migrant organizations. We are thinking it is good for you. I think it is good for you. We have to change. We have to think what is good for them. They want to leave. I think the Punjabi person correctly said, they want to leave. So if you don't facilitate, they will leave. You like it or not, they will be there.
Yes.
I think that is, you have to, because what happened, there was a lady who had problem in Kerala, and the government of Kerala came to know about this. The secretary went from Kerala to Gulf to pick her up. She was in trouble. She came back. When the Norca wanted to do something, they said, let us take her model. So they went to check for her. She already went back there. See, it happened in Kerala. So, so I think Kerala people are leaving. I think migration will continue. So we have to facilitate them. Facilitate migrants, not migration. We have to facilitate migrants. I want to stop
One
here.
of the points which we have been discussing within our system also, sir, that the people who go on visit visa, and once they get their visit visa converted into employment visa, so we should have that opportunity to grant them immigration clearance or register themselves at that point of time also, because it is perfectly legal to go for job interviews on a visit visa to all these countries. So probably a sort of a ex post long-term visa registration can be introduced in our system, which is not there currently. So if a person has already gone there and has an employment visa, he cannot apply for Pravasiya Bharatiya Bima Yojana, because you require an Indian number to get that OTP. So you will not get, you will not be allowed to apply for PBVI if you are already there. So we need to tweak these systems that any number at any point of time people can apply for PBVI.
I just want to add here about interstate migration. We approach government of UP and government of Bihar because our Ludhiana industry was very keen that we should retain our labor, because they train them, make them skill, and the moment they go back, they don't return back. And then our Ludhiana industry promised about 10,000 jobs, to a skilled workforce from UP, and we went to UP government for signing an agreement. Let's sign an agreement. We need this kind of labor. You have a skill mission there, you prepare. Our industry is going to give them jobs. And second, what we said, the problem which we were facing was civic amenities. We have got a lot of labor from Bihar and UP to Ludhiana, but we don't have proper housing for them. So we propose another area to the governments that we will give you a land, you come and set up the working hostels for them so that they can have a comfortable life. So this kind of interstate migration, we should have kind of again agreement between state to state. And Punjab, since I am representing today, so we offered today to the Bihar government and the government of UP, let us sign an agreement and we share with you what kind of people we need, and you prepare them, and so that we can provide them the proper jobs. Regarding diaspora, I just want to mention here, we are very much focusing on the diaspora. I couldn't give you the statistic there, but just example, we have just now set up a skill university in Punjab, 1630 crore investment by one NRI from UK came, and he has set up I met one of the NRI doctor in London. He said, give me Jalandhar district. I can adopt the whole Jalandhar district. So diaspora is very keen, and yes, we need to do a lot to support them, but yes, I think that is very important side.
Are there more questions? Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I would request you, because everybody is waiting, to be quick and just address your question to whosoever you are doing. And yes, please.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am.
And your name, please.
Amish Karki with the International Labour Organization. Very quick comment to Sandeep, sir. So you did mention about recruitment cost, about 66 lakhs in nurse space to go to a country of destination. We have always propagated for no cost for migrant workers. We have always talked about fair migration, fair recruitment processes. And how can we generate this? How can we work towards a fair recruitment process? If someone would to offer me a position, if the ILO would to come to me and say you have to pay 1 day of fee to get your job, I would not do that. Why so a migrant worker? So you did talk about minimizing the migration cost for the migrant workers, but the ultimate objective for our government should be towards no cost fee for migrant workers. So that's one of the points I wanted to make. Of course, the ILO has general principles and operation guidelines, which talks about who should pay these costs. So this is, again, discussed, adopted by the government's employers and the workers. So I would like the government to consider that these documents, and it again relates with GCM Objective 6 as well, to ensure fair and ethical recruitment. The other issue that I just wanted to very quickly touch upon is on reintegration. Obviously, Mr. Ajit talked about reintegration being one of the key components of NOCRA and the Kerala government. We did hear about Rani Madam talk about social and psychosocial support for reintegration. However, we see there is some state-level interventions on reintegration, but not a comprehensive level at the national level in India. Now, we have seen after COVID, reintegration has become a agenda key priority for a number of governments in the region. For Sri Lanka, they have a reintegration migration policy. For Bangladesh, is at the moment developing and will be adopting one in May. Nepal is in the process. For India, I think there is a time, it is absolute time to adopt a national level reintegration policy and take leadership at the region in terms of ensuring there is reintegration national policy level at the national level itself, and to integrate the state level activities that's already been happening. Over from my side, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And your point has been noted.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Neha. I work with the ILO. I'm going to keep this extremely short. I just wanted to check, in relation to this fantastic platform that's been created by the Government of India, which is called eShram. Are there any efforts at the state level to really see if these workers can be linked? And this is just taking off from your point, Madam Tavishi, where you're saying that if a person doesn't have a mobile number that is Indian, you can't access certain insurance schemes. So are there any efforts to, or are there any future plans targeted at linking some of these systems and how international migrant workers could also benefit from such platforms? Thank you.
You want to say something? Okay. Yeah, please.
Actually, about this, ma'am, we are working to integrate the IT portals of eShram and National Career Service NCS and ASHIM from National Skill Development Corporation, including the Swadesh is one more portal, SWADESH. So basically all these portals, they try to integrate the information on supply side and as well as on the demand side. So through this portal, once it comes to the advanced stage of functionality, we will be able to disseminate information instantly across the country. And they are totally artificial intelligence driven. The vacancy it creates, it searches, it does many things. It is one of the latest of the technologies which will be coming through. Using that, we can do that in the time to come. And through that, we can, all this information can be circulated, disseminated to different parts of the country. I think it's clear. Ma'am, along with this, just one point I want to mention, it is linked with ILO and with our system as well. We can think in future as well. The main problem which I have experienced, including the issues what you are saying, is that information asymmetry, gross level of information asymmetry by foreign employers, by anyone. Ma'am, if I have seen some of the recent examples in which they transfer the vacancies to us, and the moment we try to link up on the supply side, the students ask us, what exactly is my job role there? What exactly is my trade? What is that exact thing which I have to deliver and perform? In that, there is total blankness. There is not much clarity, not much information. And that is the origination of all these problems. Once we know that, okay, the guy is not properly trained as per the skill and subject and trade and occupation, attrition will improve. They will go in the wrong paths to enter into those things, and we start duplicating the thing. Before the original takes over, duplicate starts because of these regions. So if we can make the information portals, vacancy information portals very transparent between states and global agencies, that transparency is the key thing which is holding. Otherwise, we'll be trading with the informations, and that is something which is hampering everyone. So that is the most important thing, ma'am, it can be done. And second thing, in our context, Indian context, in one of the form which I saw in respect of Japan, a guy, I was just seeing the 34-page contract document he was supposed to sign, those who were going there. I just went to that, in that the medical things, everything was mentioned in that. So I just asked the Japanese officials here, you have not mentioned which agency he has to sign and all the details, because this guy may not be knowing everything. So now we have to see that on the date on which he does the medical testing certificate, this, that, all the regulatory issues, if it can be given to the RPO kind of thing in local languages. Even what I could see in respect Japanese, but in that language, we could translate those things into Tamil and other languages, especially for SSW program. But we need to have some kind of internal mechanism, especially in our country, where we should be instantly able to convert all this into local languages. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Brahma, would you like to react to this? Anything, any comment from your side?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Actually, I think, we had very detailed discussion, and, we also got AGPG, EIM, actually crowdsourcing new ideas. So thank you, Tavisi, and thank you, Govindan, for those ideas. Please send me your more concrete ideas, so we can work on it. And we have a very impressive mechanism in Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and of course Kerala. And for Punjab, basically, thank you very much for your good presentation, and it was a kind of eye opener. Only one suggestion which I can make here is that normally, for Norca routes and Telangana also, we are aware, like, what they are going, GTG agreement with which country they are talking. But this I can't say for Punjab. I am not aware of anything what Punjab is doing. So, there was a comment from ILO that why a job seeker should pay. Of course, job seeker cannot pay. So illegal activities starts actually at that point when a migrant worker is asked, okay, pay for air ticket, pay for visa. So we have to make it loud and clear that if you are going out, your tickets and visa are being arranged by your employer. So only one line message is very clear. So this is what I want to suggest, and this is where actually I am also trying to work with Ministry of Labor and Employment, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, NSDC, and this is where we need to integrate our portals so that all portals can talk to each other. The suggestion which I feel is that once someone enters their passport number in any portal, it should come to e-migrate portal immediately. So I think, means it will ease our job like anything, whether it is Punjab government, Telangana government, or any government. In your state government portal, once passport number is entered, then let it become our responsibility. And as a state government, I think, we must encourage all state government to have more foreign exposure, talk to, more countries. But whatever you do, keep us informed, keep Indian Embassy of that country or, CG of that country informed, that's it. So that at least we can also, make some suggestions how to make it more workable, more people-centric, and more migrant worker oriented, and so that we can take care of, diaspora welfare. So thank you very much.
All our agreements are, we just wanted to add, all agreements are with the approval of the MPN. So we've signed with the government of Alberta, and after obtaining an approval from ME, then only Chief Minister, allowed them to sign. So all our agreements are there. Maybe we will share the copy with you. And as far as cost is concerned, there is no cost for going by air or other thing. When I say cost, it was the cost of skilling. A student go there, he pay 50 lakh there. What we say that he need not to pay anything, he'll first get skills here. Only a skill training cost is there. The rest no cost is there.
I think so when you're talking about, when he was talking about cost, Major, you have to understand what kind of migration happens from Punjab, So basically, I think when he's talking about, migration from Punjab, you find many Punjabis, and especially from Doaba and now other areas or whatever, they sell their land, they do everything, they get into this just to kind of get either admission in some actual institution, even in some fake institutions, The whole point is the psychology of the person is so this thing just to leave and get abroad, So perhaps when they are talking, as I understand, that is why I didn't make any comment, that when they are talking about reducing the cost of in terms of when you are going as a student, so sometimes they pay very high fee, which is not kind of required or whatever, or maybe that's what they are seeing, that is for to an institution, or even to a skilling institute, whether within the district or within the state or outside the state or whatever they're talking about, there is, to become of the level of to be able to skill at the level where you can migrate and have a proper employment, but you have to get that skill set. So I think so what he's talking about is that skilling cost or that education cost which the student or prospective immigrant pays, so they're trying to reduce that.
That's a skilling cost.
So I think so that's what he's talking about, and perhaps he's not talking about the cost of unscrupulous cost or or that air cost or whatever which one has to. So therefore I would say that this has been a very, very interesting and very collaborative sort of discussion, deliberations, and various states have put in their what their main own challenges are. Some are across the board, and other states would also kind of find resonance in that, and how they are tackling it. Of course, some states have a very well developed, you can say, migration or helping migrants on those platforms and integrating them back. Some states are still working on it or struggling. So, before many suggestions were raised or whatever, before I close, it has been a very, very interesting and educative session, I would say. But before I close or whatever, I would still want, Dr. Surbi, if she would want to kind of just quick, comment or so, she would want to reflect, because after all, this forum has been for ICM, for all of us to get some insights into things and how, and there have been some comments which have come or whatever. So how would you react to them or whatever, and how do you see?
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts, ma'am. Just that I would like to say that one of the primary reasons that why we organized this consultation and why we were keen to have states was precisely for this reason, for this exchange of ideas between what we do here and what states are doing at the ground level. And this exchange of ideas and information is very relevant so that we adopt a comprehensive approach. And ICM, since it develops a lot of resource material which actually goes at the ground level for awareness generation, I think it's very important that we are in tune with what states are doing. And at that level, this session has been really very informative. And some of the suggestions which were made during the panel, we have kept track of that. And we can promise that we will take them up. GAMCA is something that we already do as part of PDOT training. It's part of the new updated PDOT manual. So we've already taken action on that. So there will be a separate module on GAMCA. But we can certainly talk to you more beyond this Like for forum. Singapore, it is not required to do any medical tests over here. They are tested in Singapore only. But you ask any immigrant going to Singapore, they are charged at least 10,000 rupees.
No, that is true. That's what we are saying. That's where this exchange of information and ideas was very, very crucial. And then to that end, we thought that this was a very, very stimulating session. And we look forward to engaging even beyond this consultation with everyone present. Thank you.
So I thank you, Dr. Subi, and I thank all the panelists. I think so this panel has taken much of your time. We've eaten into your lunch time, but it has been such a rewarding kind of discussion. And of course, there might be some more, as a corollary to what has been said, might be coming, which we can informally, I think, so share our views or thoughts over the lunch and later, because otherwise we'll be really kind of going really beyond even lunchtime. Okay, thank you so much once again. And I also thank you all, especially, ICM for giving me this opportunity to kind of sit over here, listen to, such wonderful views. And it has reminded, though right now I might not be kind of dealing directly with migration, but, over the years I've had my different exposure to it and issues of our migrants, especially, more so in, Australia and even in Cambodia. I was really surprised, that people want to migrate so desperately that even they go to countries where, development and opportunities are much less than one would think in the subcontinent. But they go to Cambodia and, both, semi-skilled and highly skilled also, for looking for better opportunities. And this is before COVID. So anyway, this food for thought that, yes, rightly said, that migration, no matter what we might say or whatever may be the government policy, of course, not to as rightly said, not to really encourage or this thing migration, but yes, facilitate in terms of migrants and take their, well-being much into consideration and find solutions to that. There will be migration. There has been migration for over years, and governments and we all should see that our migrants get their due. If they're moving out, they should be safe, orderly, and they should be legally migrating out. Thank you, so that the experience is good for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your words, ma'am. I would like to request you all to
multi-stakeholder analysis and what all the other academicians, NGOs and other international organizations have to say with regards to GCM implementation. And the moderator for this session is Dr. Meera Sethi, who is the former DG's Special Envoy to IMO India. Dr. Sethi brings over 30 years of international, regional, and national level experience in Africa, Europe, Middle East, and South Asia with her track record in leading humanitarian development and migration management programs. Retired as the Director General's Special Envoy to India after 22 years of service with the UN IOM, she has previously served as the head of the International Partnership Department, Geneva, as IOM Chief of Mission in Turkey and Ethiopia, and Senior Regional Advisor to Sub-Saharan Africa, and later South Asia, covering SAARC countries. During her tenure with IOM, she was instrumental in negotiating important bilateral and regional agreements, partnerships in SSA and South Asia, as well as with the African, Caribbean, Pacific, the European Union, least developed countries, Commonwealth, Secretariat, OECD, and civil society. Prior to IOM, Dr. Sethi worked with the UN Economic Commission for Africa and the ILO. Post-retirement, she has been engaged as a senior consultant in international migration with the ICMPD EU, ILO, UN, IOM missions in India and Dublin, and been invited as a keynote speaker panelist in many academic, civil society, and governmental forums. I welcome you, ma'am. The speakers for this session are, with us we have Professor Irdaya Rajan, Chairman of IIM-AD. May I please welcome sir on stage? Next, we have Professor Binod Khadria, sir, who is the President of GRFDT, who will be joining us virtually. We have with us Professor Ram Babu Bhagat, who is the head of the Department of Migration and Urban Studies from IIPS, Mumbai. I welcome you, sir. We have with us Dr. Neha Wadhwan, the National Project Coordinator from ILO. I welcome you, ma'am. We have with us Dr. Anjali Borhare, who is the founder president of Disha Foundation. I welcome you, ma'am. And lastly with us, we have Shri Amit Chaudhary, who is the National Project Officer of IOM India. May I welcome all the speakers on stage and hand over the dais to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have quite a limited time, just 1 hour and maybe 10 more minutes. We're already 6 past 3, and this room has to be given up, and there are some representatives who are traveling. And as you can see, after a nice lunch, the room is empty right now. So, but I think what's been very fascinating today and is been listening to what the policies and strategies that have been put in place by the government and specialized agencies, and then listening to the states and seeing how they are implementing these strategies and what the challenges and opportunities there are, what needs to be done, and that has come up very clearly. And I think what was refreshing was to hear and to see the openness of the debate. Not only was it rich, was it factual, it was extremely open. There are many issues that we encounter regularly working in the migration field. Unfortunately, we are not able to bring them up and table them as openly as today in several meetings. And so many things have to be swept under the carpet. We are all aware of irregular migration, the problem of lack of data. We're also aware of the fake passports and fake visas. And we also know that there's lack of information at several levels. It's not only amongst migrants, but it's also at the state level. Talking better to each other and having the data talk to each other, which one of our representatives said, was also very important. So speaking in the words of what the Secretary said, India's approach of care, connect, celebrate, and contribute. So with that, I call my first speaker, and I'm not going to introduce anybody. I think everybody is well known. But what I would like each speaker, we are giving you 5 minutes plus 2 minutes extra as bonus, and we would like to hear a little bit more about the future of migration. What do you see, having listened to the opportunities and the challenges by various stakeholders? What do you see as the way forward? And as it was pointed out in our morning session today, what can India do more to even go further. We're already holding the migration process, as the Secretary said this morning. How can we take it and make it stronger and more cooperation amongst partners, and I have to say at the interstate level, which I'm very glad our representative from Punjab said that, because that is also very important. We need to hear more of that too. So over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Meera. So, as we already heard that the attendance is only 20% now, I think. And we are going to speak to people whom we know mostly, except few. And they know what we are going to speak also. So we will limit to we will limit to 5 to 7. That's why we suggested not even 10 minutes. 5 minutes are okay. But I just wanted to start, thanking ICM, especially Dr. Surabhi is initiating this particular meeting. I think this is a very, occasion to celebrate this meeting. I think thanks to Surabhi organizing this meeting. Now I just wanted to, because I am one person always talk about evidence-based policy. Without evidence, you can do any policies, it's okay. You may succeed, you may not succeed, but I am more on the evidence-based. So I would like to spend on this CGM on particular objectives. Before that, let me start with Dr. Syed, Secretary OAS, said very correctly that India currently has 32 million people as per the statistics. I don't know what statistics this, I don't know anyway. I will question the statistics. And 14 million are diasporas, 14 million are workers still holding Indian passport. 18 million are diaspora. So total 32 million and 9 million are in the Gulf. And India is number 1 in migrants. I think India is number 1 in everything anyway. Migrants, all categories. And number 1 in remittances. I think these two we are number 1. At least data-wise by World Bank, UNDP, everybody talks about that. So in that context, I would like to pick up only one objective, because I'm going to leave, because there are a lot of objectives in the CGM. Let my all speakers speak about other objectives. I'll speak for only one objective, which is the first one. I am the first speaker, so I'll speak about first and the first objective. It says very clearly, collect, utilize, accurate, disaggregated data as a basis for evidence-based policy. This is the first objective of CGM. What India and what states have done for collecting, what they utilized. Of course, you have to collect to utilize anyway. And then if you collect data, are you getting disaggregated? For example, we had Vande Bharat flight, so many people came. We know how many men and women came, how many accommodated, like we have one number. We are all talking about one number, 87 billion. It's sent by whom? Men or women, young or undocumented migrants, So we are still on the one number. So we need, and then that CGM talks about 5, 6 important, then improve migration data. I think India is doing something on that. Establish and strengthen regional centers for research and training on migration. I think they are trying to do a little bit on that. And conduct household surveys on migration. This is also part of the CGM thing. Now, if you look at that, how much India and the states have invested to collect data? I think this is the first question I would like to ask all the stakeholders. How much, for example, IOM, did you put some money to collect data, or only you want to ride on somebody's thing, give me that data, give me that data, what ILO is doing, what everybody is doing, you want data, did you invest? Did you invest any money in any budget? Tomorrow the Indian government says we are budgeting 100 crores to collect data on migration. We say we have given money to ration rice, we given money to this, that. Did you invest that thing? That is the first question I would like to ask all the stakeholders. International, individual, everybody want data. Give me data. But somebody has to put the money. You want the food in the lunch, somebody has to cook. I think who is going to fund the data? Because the elections are funded. Diaspora can fund even villages. But why you are not asking even diaspora to fund migration research, migration data collection? This is something very important. I want to raise one point for people to discuss.
then I want to put that at the background of the Vande Bharat flight mission, which is the biggest mission. We all accept that. I just wanted to put one point. Now, Indian government said there were around 14 million Indians are abroad, 9 million are in the Gulf. As per the statement by the Dr. S. Jaishankar, Honorable Minister of External Affairs, on March 15, 2021, he said, through Vande Bharat mission, we brought 4.6 million Indians from 98 countries. This is his big, long statement. I pick up only one sentence from his statement. That means 2/3 of Indians who came back with our data. We had 14 million, 2/3 have come back. What happened to them? Are we back to 14 million now? Or we lost all of them, these 4 million people? How many were regular return migrant? Return migrants is a part of the phenomena. Kerala has 1.1 million. Return migrant pre-COVID. Everybody goes to Gulf, you come back. Not if you go to Canada, you don't come back. That's why Punjab people want to go to Canada. Very simple thing. You don't want to come back to India. Go. But return migration is a part of the migration life cycle. So people will come. How many are returned, normal return, and people distressedly returned? Do you know the data on the distress return? We don't know. Return, normal return, distress return, and there is a group I created in recently after the survey in Kerala, return to re-migrate. They have not returned. They will go. They have come from Saudi, they will go to Qatar. They come from Canada, they will go to America. So I think we have to look at that thing. And that means 1/3 has come back as per the data by the government of India. Now, if they have not gone back, how many have gone? We don't know. I think that is very, very important. We don't know how many have gone. So our stock is being now questioned. Are we having the right stock now? 14 million, some people have gone? We don't know. I think this is something we have to work out, that how many went back. If all the 4 million have not gone, your size is only 10 million now, not 14, what you said in the earlier reports, in the annual report of the MOEA, all the things. So we have to look at that. I think this is very, very important. You are taking only one-way traffic. People came. Because that's also never in the history of Indian government or the Kerala state government. Never, we never produced return migration data. COVID came and taught us to collect data on return migration. So the crisis. Otherwise, I don't think any time any minister has given a data in the parliament or assembly saying that these many people we brought in. We brought. It's like a big achievement because you had data. Everybody was quarantined. Otherwise, they would have left without knowledge. Because you have put them some 14 days and that is why you collected data. Otherwise, no. This is one point. Second point, Kerala finance minister proudly announced in the budget last year. Out of 2.1 million Keralite, we brought 1.4 million. I said 2/3 have come back. How many have gone? Neither he knows nor nobody knows. And this is a state we talk too much about migration. This is Kerala. 2/3 have returned. How many went back? We don't know. India 1/3 have returned with holding Indian passport. I think this is the system. So we are, even crisis period is not teaching us to learn, to invest on migration. I think this is a very, very, very sad story we are talking about, because normally you should collect, but even crisis period we are not able to collect. And I want to close the last point, that's the last point, because that's also again on data. You know, January of this year, I went to the MEA website. How many Indians are in abroad? I got a data. Every country, they add 32 million. I was looking at how many people were in Russia at the time. There was a number. I don't want to tell the number. The number is changed now. Then I went to Ukraine. How many were there? I know people were there in Ukraine. 6,494 people were there in Ukraine in January 2022 as per the MEA data now. And then March 15, our Honorable External Affairs Minister said, we brought 22,000 people by Operation Ganga. Only 6,000 were there. Where were these fellows? 200% wrong. This is the data we are talking about. India, maybe 50 million, 60 million Indians may be abroad. We are only talking about 32. If you use the same error of 200%, 32 plus 32 plus 32, we are having 1 billion Indians are anywhere in the world. So I think we have to, we are now talking, in fact it is not even estimates. It is unfortunately guesstimates. Estimates you can little bit trust. In the budget will give you quick estimates. You know, the finance minister, quick estimate, you know, but this is Basically, we
The
are talking
time
about
is up,
estimates.
Professor
I'm going to stop that. So we have to think seriously on collecting data and the future. COVID, nobody has seen. COVID is present in 180 countries. COVID can go without passport, without visa. Indians can go to all countries. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was perfect. And I think along with your recommendation, I think what is also important is, which is coming up in several of the reports that are being presented to IMRF, is that we need more documentary evidence, not on remittances and contribution of diaspora, but of migrant workers. We're not finding enough studies on that, and along with data, this is what is also lacking, is more evidence. So with that note, I call on our next speaker, who will be with us online, Professor Binod Khadria, also known quite well to everybody, who's currently the president of the Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism. So over to you, sir.
Okay, Meera, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, thank
And
you very much. With,
5
because
plus
there
2. Your time is 5 minutes,
Yes.
plus 2 minutes
5 minutes
bonus.
Plus 2 minutes, yes. Certainly, stop me when I
Thank
cross that. Well, I'm very glad to be here and particularly to be listening to this morning all the speakers. And I must thank Surabhi for arranging this national consultation. Now, Meera, you have referred to the document that IMRF is going to handle, or IMRF has been distributing. So I am not going to speak about any one of the 23 objectives or how India is doing and how India should be doing. But I am going to speak about how Surabhi and her organization, ICM, and how the Ministry of External Affairs is going to take part in this IMRF. What should be India's strategy? That I think is absolutely central and crucial to today's consultation. We have got a lot of material today, a lot of resources today for the purpose of creating or equipping what we have been asked to do in terms of preparing a voluntary national review report. That, I think, purpose has been well served by today's presentation, by different ministries, by different states and other speakers. That, I think, is well settled. And that's where we have projected good practices. Good practices by various ministries, states, and we are asked by non-government stakeholders. I think we are in that category, non-governmental stakeholders. What have we done in terms of good practices? I think we are basically academia, and we have given certificate courses and other kinds of courses to equip our students or participants who come from different walks of life, and some of them are also from the government, not only of India, but of other countries also. So at GRFDT, we conducted 2 6-month certificate courses in collaboration with other organizations, including the organization of IMAD that my friend Irudaya Rajan belongs to, and then there are other ones which, this was on GCM objectives, and the other one was on migration governance and diaspora engagement. And then I see Ram Bhagat in this list of speakers here today present, and he has been running a Salam project. So I think there is something to report in terms of good practices by the academia as a stakeholder. That needs to be taken into account. Now, the approach that has been mentioned, highlighted by the IMRF or the UN government, UN network on migration is the whole of government and the whole of society. That's where it's problematic for India. I think today we heard many of the speakers from different ministries saying, this is my role is limited up to this. And then, this is not whole of government. You have to cross that bridge. You have to go to the other department and say, own up that responsibility as a whole of government. I think that's where India needs to equip itself, and before going into next 10 days, we are only left with 10 days to go to the IMRF, and that's where I think we need to do our homework. I will urge the Ministry of External Affairs to reach out to other ministries in that capacity, with that kind of approach. And then whole of society, where are the civil society organizations? Are they shaking hands with the government? No. It's very, kind of very thin overlap that we have. So that's where I think we need to. And then we have to, the documents that you mentioned, what are these documents? The UN Secretary General's report. That is the first document that all our ministries, all our speakers who spoke today, I suspect that any of them have read this. There was no reflection, not even iota of a reference to that document. The second most important document is the progress document that has gone through 4 revisions. And how many people have written that? That the member UN members from the member states, Bangladesh and Luxembourg, they have conducted these through 4 roundtables, and 150 participants have actually written that document. Has that been circulated? I think ICM better do it in the next 10 days. Otherwise, we'll be speaking something completely different language at the IMRF than when our representatives speak there. So that's very, very important. Now, when we think about this, I think we need to also take into account. I'm glad that in the earlier session, very cautious argument was placed. What about India? Is Indian government promoting migration? I think it does, de facto, even if not de jure, because all the presentations that we're talking about, whether skill formation or that formation or visa issue or this issue, was all for facilitating India's highly skilled or low skilled people to migrate out. That's only half of the story. Where is India as a destination country? Nobody even spoke about it. Why ICM did not invite the Home Ministry? The Ministry of Home Affairs should have been here, part of it. And that's where India's immigration policy is central to that we have not even referred to that. We are only talking about immigration, and our immigration policy is still in the making. So that's where we may be wanting, we may be completely going blank on half of the turf that is there. Because India is not only an immigration country, but also an immigration country. Many countries have transited from being immigration country to immigration. Look at China, for example. It's a destination country today. But if we give away in the name of demographic dividend, if we just say that we are going to export our human capital, one day we may regret that. We will be left with people who are, yes, half a minute. We will just be regretting that, when our plumbers and our, masons, etc., will not be left to serve this country. This morning, look, we are IT leaders of this country, and we had a glitch. The audio was not working of this national consultation. That's what
I have to ask you to stop now.
If our best people are going to leave this country, then I think we will certainly in the long run be not serving the cause of this country, and that I think is going to be extremely important. So we have to put our eggs in different baskets of immediate run. All those things that have been said today needs to be done because of the immediate run. For the short run, but in the long run, perhaps our policies will have to be different, and that needs to be said. And because India needs to take leadership in IMRF, not sit as a backbencher and raise hands to what other people are saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, and I hope ICM has taken note of all the points. But I do have to say one issue here, that it's not only India, it's most of the states, they pick and choose the areas that they would like to prioritize. And this is something, it's a dilemma we constantly face as academics, as practitioners in the field. But we definitely have to admit that we are making progress. We are bringing on the table many issues that 10 years ago were not even being discussed at the governmental level forums. So with that note, I call on our next speaker, who's sitting right next to me and who has a flight to catch, Professor Bhagat, who's also well known to all of you. So, sir, 5+2.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. And I'm very thankful to ICM, Dr. Surabhi, for inviting me. And I will begin by saying that this GCM, Global Compact for Migration, is very much aligned with Sustainable Development Goal. So that makes it a departure from our earlier understanding that migration to be controlled, migration to be managed. From that there is a deviation from that, and now the issue is that how to integrate migration with development. So we have to remember this context of sustainable development. Second is that we have so many terms like diaspora, NRI, migration, migrant. Sometimes we are using as synonymous. I think from policy point of view, we need to make distinction among all of them. So diaspora, I think, very important, and engaging diaspora in India's development, or even engaging diaspora in protection of migrants' right, that is also very, very important. But then the vulnerability of migrant and the strength of diaspora, that need to be, I think, one need to remember when we are trying to leverage in protection of migrants' right and taking the advantage of the diaspora. Secondly, when we use NRI, again, I think it's used synonym with diaspora or migrants. So NRI, if I say that non-resident Indian American, non-resident Indian American is not the same like non-resident Indian. When I say non-resident Indian means he is the citizen of India, he is holding the passport of India. So I think this diaspora and migration issue need to be very clear in formulating policies in regard to with GCM and protection of the migrants' right, because many of them are vulnerable. Another important thing that we don't make distinction between migration and migrants. We always talk about migration. So migration should be safe, regular, and orderly. Fine. Migration and migrants seem to be the same. Migration is an act, migrant is a person. But then there can be a lot of implication from the point of view of policy. When I say migration policy, I always refute we cannot have a migration policy when India's constitution says, particularly for internal migration, when India's constitution, Article 19 says the right to move is a permanent, fundamental right of the Indian citizen. So this is non-negotiable. But what is needed for a policy is a policy for migrants. Always we should have a policy for migrants. Secondly, when we talk about regular migration or irregular, we talk about irregular migration. But then migration can take place regular, but migrant can become irregular. So many people migrating safe and regular mode, but when they land up at the destination, due to some overstay or visa problem, they become, or changing of sponsor or kafala system, particularly in respect with Middle East, the regular migrant converts into irregular migrant. And therefore the distinction between the two, migration and migrant, is very important for policy point of view. So in that respect, I wanted to point out this thing. Now, Professor Rajan has said a lot about data. And I think data is an area where very frustrating. Migration research, I think, is area where we face a lot of frustration and we are not able to attract good students due to lack of data. In my institute, that is International Institute for Population Sciences, from where we publish National Family Health Survey, NFHS data, our good students are not attracted to migration research because there is a lot of data related with health. And then students go for health research or something like related with population, other aspects of population. So in that respect, I like to draw attention that the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation is also one of the important stakeholders. Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation provided data in 2006-2007 in National Sample Survey, 64th round, household survey. I think household survey is also very important because it is through household survey we know about the characteristics of migrant. And when we want to see in which state of India people are emigrating, I think household survey can be very, very important along with characteristic. 64th round also told us that the rural people are more emigrating. International migration, labor migration is more from rural area than urban area and from agrarian class. And that we find that in Punjab or Gujarat or elsewhere, it is the rural, it is the agrarian, how international migration, emigration is related or entrenched in the agrarian structure. Now this type of research we are not able to do because Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation is not providing data after 2006, 2007. So this is very important to bring them, to convince them so that the data can be also included of migration, internal and international. It was there in 64th round, which is very important part of the labor market. My third point is that we have to think of India or our Indian perspective in larger perspective of South Asia. Because in South Asia, other countries are also competing in labor market. So Nepal is rising, sending a lot of labor migrants, and the wages are getting depressed. Bangladesh is sending. So I think somewhere we can have some South Asian perspective to protect the migrant rights. And in that respect, we have certain efforts, like Colombo process is there, Abu Dhabi dialogue is there, but I think we have to bring the agenda of migration somewhere in SARC framework. SARC framework is very, very important, and in that respect, in our institute, we have a Department of Migration and Urban Studies where I teach and do research in the area of migration. We have also established South Asia Center for Labor Mobility and Migrants with support from ILO. Amesh Karki is here. He was very instrumental and in supporting in the initiation of this center. So it is supported by ILO, IOM, and UN Women, and it is just last 6 months. It is 6 months old, and we are going to further develop it. What we are looking at that we have a lot of things to learn from our neighbor. So in the morning we were discussing about zero cost migration. Nepal has already implemented this zero cost migration, no cost migration. But Nepal is also facing, there are a lot of problems. So we are discussing with our colleagues, we are trying to know what is happening in Nepal. So this, I think, understanding from our neighbor is very important, and it can contribute towards strengthening or contributing to GCM.
I'm
So
sorry.
my last point.
Okay, thank you.
Last point that I like to remember, father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, we don't remember this thing, that how much migration, migrants' right, protection of migrants' right is important for India. Father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, went to South Africa at the age of 24 in 1893. And later on he fought for the rights of the indentured labor, migrants' right. And he lived there for 20 years, experimenting truth, non-violence, all tools of satyagraha, which was used in India's freedom. So this was the context I just wanted to bring. So migrants' right is not a small thing. It is a larger issue of labor rights. It's a larger issue of our human existence. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think two valid points important for the report is one, of course, the harmonization of concepts and definitions. We do believe, and many of us have said this before, that we need to follow international standards, and this really needs a little bit more work, as you rightly pointed out, and more work at the regional level. I think that's where India could also make more efforts, and how to strengthen its position vis-à-vis the regional dialogue, as well as SARC as an example that you've given us. And of course, research and human rights issues are very important. So with that, I call my next speaker, Dr. Neha Wadhawan, who's going to speak from the podium, and she's from ILO.
Thank you, Dr. Sethi. Let me begin by saying, honorable representatives of the central government and state governments, the ICM, thank you very much for this opportunity to be here and be part of a very interesting consultation where I think there's been lots of food for thought and much to take away. I'm going to start my presentation. I'm sorry I have one. I know it's post-lunch, but I just thought this helps, given that we're in the hybrid mode, to talk a little bit about, is this in, it's not in slideshow mode. Could you please put that? Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly talk a little bit about the areas where I think we need to sort of draw attention to. There's been a lot of discussion on drawing from the experience of skilled migration, talking about the diaspora. So what I'm going to do today is try and talk a little bit about shifting the focus to some of the areas where we need to perhaps reflect upon more consciously. Now, the UN Global Compact on Safe and Orderly and Regular Migration recognizes the role of trade unions and employers in achieving these various objectives. And of course, in terms of representation by recruitment agencies, as mediators between employers and between workers is absolutely essential, right? I think it's also important to flag that promoting labor mobility and decent work are absolutely essential when we talk about fair recruitment practices and eventually, looking at decent working conditions. The third point I'd like to make here is about the reference and commitment to drawing upon ILO standards, principles, and guidelines for developing standard terms of employment in bilateral and regional labor mobility agreements. This is something that the GCM lays out very clearly. Now, for today's discussion, I think these are areas, and Dr. Sethi requested us to think about what could be the areas that we could work on in the future. I think these are some points that we would, we could discuss a little more. One would be on ensuring consular protection for migrant workers, including those exploited in the process of recruitment and due to the lack of decent working conditions at the destination. The second would be specific references to the protection of the rights of domestic workers, women workers. So workers at all skill levels, I think, need to be the foci of our discussion, right? Now, India is a signatory of Convention 111 on non-discrimination, and I think in light of this fact, it's important to think about marginalized workers as well as all other sectors, right, which do then garner attention. The third would be reviewing labor laws and work conditions to identify and address vulnerabilities of migrant workers at all skill levels. And I think this whole discussion on horizontal and vertical policy coherence is something that we have really seen effectively take place today, right? And finally, establishing non-discriminatory social protection systems, including social protection floors and mechanisms for access to and portability of social benefits to all workers. And Madam Udita did talk a little bit about this today already. Now, I am going to, in the interest of time, skip some of what I had decided to say, but quickly, just 6 points in terms of 6 objectives. And I'm starting in descending order because I think we've achieved a lot more in some of these objectives which I've tried to place before. Objective 21 talks about cooperation in facilitating safe and dignified return and readmission, as well as sustainable reintegration. We've heard about the social security agreements, Vande Bharat, Swadesh, CMAPs. But I think it's important to think about digital literacy gaps that a lot of low-skilled workers would experience, right? So while these plans are fantastic, and I think these are absolutely commendable steps that have been taken by the government of India, will the most marginalized and vulnerable workers actually be left out of this process, and how do we safeguard that? Now, we also see that a lot of schemes and insurance policies apply to migrants who have been out of the country for at least 2 years. And we've seen in the case of the COVID pandemic that many of them who had to cut short their work experience, off or their contracts for 2 years in return, are now not eligible for some of these schemes. What happens in the case of returning domestic workers, right? How do you reintegrate them? I think this is really a question that remains to be answered by all of us. Objective 18 talks about investing in skill development and facilitating mutual recognition of skills, qualifications, and competencies. And we've seen this discussion already. We're also seeing this work being taken forward by the Goals Project and the EU CAMP project. But what I would again like to flag here, also in terms of looking at new labor markets and exploring new destinations, which are beneficial for migrant workers. But how do we count experience? And how do we document that? And how do we place our workers in terms of experienced workers, right? Objective 16 talks about empowering migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion. We've seen the fantastic creation of this mother portal, which I think has really been phenomenal. But I think it is really important to think about increased support for labor rights violations to migrant workers in the destination. And to do so, promoting freedom of association and ratifying C87, ratifying C98 on collective bargaining is absolutely essential, right? The importance of language training is also something that has been brought up. And I'd just like to share an anecdote that a worker told me, a domestic worker told me. She said that, she said for 3 months I wasn't being paid when I reached my destination. And I asked her, I said, why didn't you ask for your wages? She said, I didn't know how to. I didn't know how to communicate to my employer and ask for those wages in a polite way, right? So I think these are really areas of concern which we must think about in a much more effective manner. And then my last slide and last 3 points, Objective 6 talks about facilitating fair and ethical recruitment and safeguarding conditions that ensure decent work. We of course have the ILO's general principles and operational guidelines on fair recruitment. Amish spoke about zero recruitment costs as being an ideal. However, I think it's important to recognize that there are gender differences in recruitment costs and processes, right? A lot of domestic workers now, earlier they used to be charged a lot of money, but now report that they're not being expected to pay for recruitment costs, right? Because the employers are paying them. This also then points to the supply and demand aspects of what is the demand for and what are we sending, right? And which is why perhaps there is this situation where making legal recruitment opportunities available at source becomes really important. And I think the POE from Patna was also talking about this, that unless legal recruitment options reach source locations, it's really difficult to talk about zero recruitment costs. Objective 5 talks about enhancing availability and flexibility of pathways for regular migration. And I think the removal of ECR, ECNR distinctions are very welcome. I mean, this has been echoed in the discussion today, and I think this is really the way forward. However, we must also think about how removing gender-biased restrictions, are needed. And instead, we need to really emphasize on decent working conditions. So again, to share the example of this limit on, the age, under 30 women can't migrate for domestic work. But we know this, that a lot of women, or the unscrupulous agents that sometimes help them, actually encourage these women to report their age as higher, right, when these passports are made. So really the usefulness of these bans or restrictions, how effective they are, and perhaps this really then limits us in being able to access authentic data on the numbers of women that are actually migrating, right? The last one, which is minimize the adverse drivers and structural factors that compel people to leave their country of origin. And this is again trying to draw your attention on the question of supply versus demand. There is a huge supply of workers from India. The demand, however, wavers, right? From skill levels to occupational sets, we see lots of differences. And I think looking at emerging labor markets, but also existing labor markets, and how we can maximize our potential in these contexts is really important. The PDOT has also come up in our discussions today. But I'd like to report some findings, based on the Work and Freedom program that I'm associated with, which has seen a more effective approach in utilizing pre-migration orientations, right? Because the PDOT is when a worker has already signed up to migrate and paid the money possibly to a recruitment agent. So how useful a PDOT is really at that juncture, right? Just before the migrant is taking off, it has its uses. But I think the idea would be to perhaps combine passport issuance with a gentle nudge towards explaining the risks and the opportunities of migration. And I think we really need to think about creative ways of looking at distress-driven migration here. There need to be schemes to integrate vulnerable sections. And again, coming in from the perspective of domestic workers, one can see that widowed, abandoned, separated women, right, do get channelized into this exploitation as domestic workers. So why is it that our society does not give space to certain vulnerable sections, and they have to resort to migration as a way to survive. And it's therefore important for us to really think, creatively about how we integrate possibly the most vulnerable sections in a way that they are not pushed to migrate under distressful conditions. And I think the COVID experience has really, I think, given us very interesting insights on how sources and destinations can respond to the crisis. I think we discussed several cases here. It was really heartening to hear what internal migration experiences have also been, but I think the idea should be to link these learnings from the internal migration crisis that we have taken and try and see how we can operate or operationalize some of these learnings in the destination and as a source and as a transit point. Thank you, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Neha. I think that was a very good recap of what has been said this morning and in the context of all the 6 objectives. And thank you for flagging the point about marginalized, vulnerable populations and the different segments which should not be left behind, including domestic workers and gender issues when it comes to women. So thank you for that. And let me now call on our next speaker. We are at 3:50 p.m. right now. So should I reduce your time to 5 minutes each? Okay. So you have 7 minutes. Thank you to Surabhi. So we have now Dr. Anjali Borhade, the founder president of Disha Foundation, and who will also bring you another perspective of local communities. So over to you.
Sure, thank you. Karthikeya, can you please put on my slides? Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Today I'm going to speak a little bit about our work directly with the migrant workers, though it's with the domestic workers, but I hope it will bring some insights how these learnings can be collaborated for the welfare of international workers. Sorry.
Yeah,
this is forward, right? Yeah.
No, it's back.
This one.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. So Disha Foundation is an NGO and we're working since last 20 years. Started our work from Nasik, Maharashtra, now scaled up this work within 10 districts of Maharashtra along with NCR, Delhi and Goa state. We piloted and scaled up our one-stop solution, migration support centers to cater migrants' different needs including livelihood, legal support, health and social protection. We are also declared as National Center of Excellence in Migration, Health and Development by Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and recently we also contributed to Niti Ayog's the first ever migration policy draft during the COVID crisis. So the key measures taken by our organization for the welfare of migrants and basically our stand is migration is inevitable and it should be facilitated for more safer and more productive migration. It should not be restricted. So we have direct interventions with migrants to create awareness about the informed migration choices, facilitate their access to different services through our physical centers as well as the virtual support. During COVID times, we also initiated a mobile app for migrant workers called Shram Gaurav, and we have also created WhatsApp networks groups among the migrants who have that privilege to have smartphones. We work with the governments and different government departments basically to bring the multi-stakeholder partnership to cater to the migrants' different needs. I will speak about these partnerships in my later slides. And we also work very closely for the development of leadership among the migrant workers. So especially during COVID times, our initiative for workers was raising awareness, but beside awareness raising, we also initiated the on-site COVID vaccination for different work sites of migrant workers in collaboration with the urban health centers, and we could vaccinate around 75,000 workers across 3 states. We have very regular healthcare awareness session as well as the service providing sessions in collaboration with the local health authorities. We have also developed a referral bank with different health services of the government. For the social protection as well as the financial literacy and inclusion, we conduct very regular awareness programs. We have developed our in-house eligibility check software to check for which government schemes the migrant worker can be eligible, and accordingly we provide end-to-end handhold support to register that worker into the social security schemes. Similarly, we also facilitate bank account opening support for the migrant workers. But besides that, as a first step, we generate the financial literacy and personal financial counseling for the migrant workers for better manage their financial services. Very likely, we just as a recognition of the contribution for the migrants and especially the peers among migrants, we hosted our first ever Shram Gaurav Award for the Shramik Mitras on the occasion of 1st May, that is International Labour Day. So far, we have reached around 6 lakh migrant workers through different services in these 3 states. I will not go in detail since I have very limited time. So this is just a snapshot of our mobile app, and it has a very brief video about the app. So I'll not go in detail. So this app is being piloted in 2 locations at the moment. We have 1,000 plus downloads, and we are getting very good response from the workers, and this will be scaled up to other cities very soon. We have collaboration with various stakeholders to address the migrant workers' needs. So we work directly with the employers for various sectors, including CREDAI and Builder Association for construction, hotel associations, fishery cooperatives. We work in Goa on a very large scale, resident welfare associations for domestic workers, and various workers' unions. We work with local, state, and district, and even national level NGOs, and also with the research organizations and universities, both state, national, and international. We have collaboration with different government departments, again at state and the national level. So this is just a list of the departments for women and child welfare. We work for the ICDS benefits to migrants. For public distribution system, we work on the One Nation, One Ration card entitlement, how it can be reached to maximum workers. For health and family welfare, we try to include migrant workers into National Urban Health Mission. Labor Department, we work on multiple levels, right from e-Shram, enrollment, Interstate Migrant Workers Act, and different welfare boards, which are meant for different category of workers. For the skill development corporations, we work with their training partners. We don't work directly for the skill development. We have developed a bank of various training partners, and we match the interest and the experience of the worker, and we refer to these skill development agencies, and we also provide handhold support, end-to-end support, so that worker shouldn't be dropped out from the ongoing training, and he should complete the training successfully. We work with State Legal Service Authority. We have set up our own legal sales support unit where we facilitate various legal cases by the workers. So on an average, every year we recover, especially from the wage theft cases, we recover between 30 to 50 lakh rupees from the contractors. We work with housing and urban affairs, especially for the extension of their city livelihood center and the existing shelters for the homeless population. And for the education department, we work to develop a mechanism to include the migrant workers into mainstream education. So we have very special collaboration for the migrants during COVID, but it also needs to be expanded beyond these two themes, and we need to have a sustainable mechanism of funding for this cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm the last speaker, so that is a sort of advantage and disadvantage for me to extend the time or limit the time. That is in my control now, it seems to be. Please, next. I will try to limit myself on the recommendation part. So please, I'm a part of International Organization for Migration, which is working for almost more than 70 years. Next, please. Oh, sorry. We are working in almost 172 countries with membership in societies, states, government, and international community. IAM's role in India is on strengthening the migration management of the country. We are the focused organization working specifically on the migration issues, providing safe and orderly and human return and reintegration to migrants who are unwilling or unable to remain in host countries, economic rehabilitation and reintegration of survivors of trafficking and vulnerable individuals and other migrants we focus on, fostering ethical recruitment and fair labor practices by businesses, and that is also another niche area of IUM, strengthening sectoral and multi-stakeholder collaboration to prevent and mitigate risk of exploitation, slavery and trafficking, contributing to the effort of central and state governments on PDO in coordination with the Ministry of External Affairs, skill training for migrants, empirical research on migration issues. That is another area on which we have been talking throughout the day today. That's in need of the hour at this moment, and promoting multi-stakeholder dialogues on migration issues. Target beneficiaries are potential migrants, migrant workers in employment, returned migrants as well as victims of trafficking, and members of the migrants' family and communities. Coming back to GCM issue, just thought to bring these three major points just to bring upon all those main factors. Benchmark and regular review of progress in implementing GCM, actionable commitments to identify achievements, barriers and priorities for action. These are the following key elements of GCM. Capacity building measures in line with identified priorities, ongoing broad-based dialogue to continue forging consensus on outstanding issues and address emerging challenges. So if you see on those three priority areas and what the government of India has done till now, although there are different objectives, but focusing on a couple of them is objective 1, collect and utilize accurate and disaggregated data as a basis of evidence-based policies, on which government of India has already taken initiative through e-migrate system, collaborative initiative with IUM. Also, we are having a project at this moment with the ministry, strengthening data-informed and migrant-centered migration management framework in India. Objective 3, it says provide accurate and timely information at all stages of migration, on which the pre-departure orientation training is the main element. Objective 5 says enhance availability and flexibility of pathways for regular migration, on which the government of India signed various labor mobility partnership agreement with key destination countries for the welfare of domestic workers. There are various examples cited here: Denmark, France. A technical support project was implemented under the aegis of the joint declaration of the Indo-EU Common Agenda on Migration Mobility. So these are some of the examples which are some of the initiative from Government of India. Objective 6, facilitate fair and ethical recruitment and safeguard conditions that ensure decent work. Through e-migrate, steps have been taken to ban unscrupulous recruitment agents and new regulation to expand the net. So I'm not saying that everything has already been done. There is a lot to be done, required to be done, but some of the initiatives the Government of India has already taken that needs to be applauded at the same time. Objective 14, enhance consular protection, assistance and cooperation throughout the migration cycle. In accordance with the GCM, enhanced consular protection, assistance and cooperation at all stages of the migration cycle have been adopted. Indian missions abroad play a key role in collating at all the information of migrant workers seeking to return home and were pivotal in the largest repatriation operation through the Vande Bharat mission. Then objective 15, provide access to basic services to migrants, Indian Community Welfare Fund, Pravasi Bharatiya Bima Yojana, Madad Portal. We heard about all these things throughout the day today. Objective 18, invest in skills development and facilitate mutual recognition of skills, qualification and competencies, whereas we are having India International Skill Centers, mobility agreement with cooperation on skills. So what we have done as part of IOM to ensure safe, orderly and regular migration, we try to work on foster synergies and exchanges, share information, experiences and good practices on a range of migration topic. We organized a global diaspora summit to set out a future agenda of action for global diaspora engagement. We believe that it is highly required to bring different stakeholders at one platform and start engaging them for different dialogues to find out evidences and also find out solutions at the same time. It can't be said that it is a responsibility of one stakeholders. Different stakeholders have their different skills and it is highly required to bring them at one place to use their skills, and then only we can find out the way out to address the problem of migration. Contribute to improve policy coherence at the national and regional levels and promote convergence in migration policy in different regions. We have been contributing and being part of different government initiatives. At the national level, Government of India, specifically Niti Aayog, came up with a sort of a draft policy for the migrant workers, which I think they are trying to finalize it with inputs from different states and different stakeholders. But the need of the hour is because that is focusing on the internal migrant, how we can bring the issue in that particular thing for the international migrants who are returning back to India and trying to be reintegrate in the society and the community. So that sort of link we need to find out how we can do. Partner to the ICM and the Global Migration Data Analysis Center to work on strengthening data-informed and migrant-centered migration management framework in India. So that is one of the work we have taken responsibility, and we're trying to contribute to improving access to labor migration opportunities for aspiring Indian migrants through strengthening migration management frameworks, which earlier Professor Rajan was raising on the issue of migration management and data specifically. We have developed a digital platform called the Workers Joint in Rajasthan, created with the objective of leveraging already existing technology to connect businesses and migrant workers and facilitate professional interaction between them. So one way it is trying to bring those migrant workers who are looking for jobs, and then at the same time encouraging businesses to register to provide opportunities to those migrant workers. So it's a win-win situation for both of them, and we are trying to engage both two ends through Workers Joint in Rajasthan. We developed training modules for garment industries to train people working on the management level in the industry. So it is also required to sensitize those management in the factories and businesses as well, because it is their engagement is highly required to engage and helping in create a safer environment for migrant workers at the workplace at the same time. We also worked on a different migration support center with the objective to help cater to the needs of the migrant workers and facilitate support for accommodation and other services which is highly required. We came up with a recruitment guidebook for ethical direct recruitment of interstate migrants in the garment industry in India, with the aim to provide practical operational guidance to employers in ensuring direct ethical recruitment. And we have a global initiative, a global tool called IRIS standard at the same time. I'm not going into the detail of those, but that is one of the tools being developed by IOM to support on ethical recruitment processes. We conducted a COVID-19 vaccination study to understand the availability, accessibility, and hesitancy amongst the migrant in relation to COVID-19 vaccine with the support of UNFPA. And recently there is another study going on at the South Asian level in which other UN agencies are being part of. What I know, IOM has taken the initiative, and UNICEF and UN Women, and I think there's another organization who is being part of that one, where we are trying to find out on the impact of vaccination for the migrant workers. We developed a PDO, PU and PO training module, and MeGap is one of that, another tool in response to migrants by providing a one-stop shop platform of relevant and up-to-date information. This MeGap enables migrants to make informed decisions throughout their migration process. The MeGap is IOM's downloadable app, which serves as a one-stop shop platform where migrants can access current, reliable and practical information, and IOM services can also be find out. And that is globally being run, and we are trying to bring this tool also in Indian context. Yeah, just coming to stakeholders, obviously working with everyone. So these are some of those which we thought just to, we need to find out priority. Develop a national plan of action aligning with the relevant goals and targets of in SDGs. Other in international agenda points, SEDI framework for disaster risk mitigation, new urban agenda, Paris climate change agreements. So that sort of national plan of action is highly required. Inform issue specific themes to dedicated work streams, relevant agencies and stakeholders for robust action. An inclusive forum where a need of the hour is to invite people from different stakeholders, forum and partners to have their points to be included in the plan, and to support the government in evaluating progress and tailor intervention accordingly. Then again, evidence-based of good practices is highly required. Promoting a state-led migration consultation process. Sometimes we remain focused at the national level, whereas we need to reach to those state machinery at the same time to bring them also on the table, and devising mechanism to strengthen PDO, PO and PO and grievance redressal mechanism for addressing migration specific issues and concern that needs to be strengthened.
I think we've reached the end of our session.
Yes, that's a challenge. That's why I am coming to the challenge now. So this is the last mile for support due to distance and remoteness, and then coordinating with different agencies. As I started with my my session, that is really a challenging task to bring everyone on board to work together. We always think that is a responsibility to the government, but to address or to find out solution, it is highly required that everyone should come at one place and try to find out a single solution to address the problem. So thank you very much, and over from my side.
I think we really have to give you a nice clap here. Thank you very much, and that was very interesting for all of us, but I'm sorry we've really reached the end of our session. It's 4:15 exact. I have to take back my offer of giving you that 1 minute extra, but I felt if Professor Khadria wanted to say anything, or shall we just call on Surbi to do the vote of thanks, Professor?
Yes, of course, not even a minute, but I wish that Surbi and I congratulate for taking this initiative where so much of resources have been shared, and I'm sure this is going to, strengthen her armory for taking India's delegation, represent India's case at the IMRF. And certainly there would be life beyond IMRF, and I think we are all geared towards that. So all the best, and thank you, Meera.
Thank you very much. And yes, we are also looking forward to a big delegation going to New York in a very short time. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the panelists, and maybe over to you.